So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the day 4 training of ours on MS Excel. I believe everybody settled down and good to go. Yeah, I have not yet started, Vijaya. I hope my audio is reaching now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me first share my screen. So as we discussed today, we are going to discuss about the formulas and functions, whatever we have left over from our day 1. So kindly go to our sample case studies folder. The file name is corporate case studies. And here to remind you, we have done up to our lookup sheet, that is the Vlookup, HLookup, how to apply, what is the rules behind that, all those things we discussed, right? So now, today we are going to start with our next topic. So the next topic name is advanced lookup. The sheet is there. So kindly confirm all these examples are visible on your screen, or the same sheet open on in front of your screen. Why for yes in the chat box. All right, so I got confirmation from Vijay and Anuradha. How about others people? Could you please respond quickly so that we can start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Prakash, sir, I
Yeah.
don't have the chat option. I don't know why.
You do
Or
not.
I can't complete.
You
That
not.
is strange.
No, you are accessing through the desktop client or from the web.
I'm accessing it through the web, but I had it on last week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it this week.
Just log out and log in again. No problem. I'm
Okay.
I'm holding it for 1 minute. No problem.
Thanks.
Yes, people. So I believe everybody is clear with our Vlookup and HLookup. Correct? What are the rules of our Vlookup or HLookup? Can somebody recall that? In day 2, we discussed something about the rules for our Vlookup and HLookup. Can somebody recall
There should
that?
no duplication of any cell.
No duplication of any cell where?
This of column or the row.
No.
There should be headers. All the headers should be available.
No, that is not necessary that Vlookup should all the headers and all. We never discussed like that. That is for pivot table.
Data always from
That is
yeah,
for
that
pivot
is from
table.
pivot tables. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Data always from right to left.
Sorry.
Data should be
Never.
in always from right to left format.
Never we discussed like that. We discussed what? If you are going for VLOOKUP, data should be vertical. If you are going for HLOOKUP, data should be horizontal.
We stand for vertical and X stand.
Right. Now, rule number 2, there should not be any duplicate where in the master data, in the other list where you are going to search your data or we are going to define as a table array. In your data, there might be a duplicate, no worries. In the other columns, maybe duplicate, no worries. But the common column In your data to the search data or the table data to your data, there should not be any duplicate in the master data. The brand column we discussed, right? So brand column, whatever it is given by the vendor, there should not be any duplicate. Able to recall? This is what I explained. Yes, people?
Yes, sir.
Right. Rule number 3, in VLOOKUP, data flow always has to be left to right, not right to left, left to right. Okay. HLOOKUP purpose, data flow has to be always top to bottom. So these are the rules we have discussed in our day 2. So if you recall, this is what I have explained. If you remember, I created a separate Excel sheet for that. I have dropped this, copied and pasted in the chart box even, right? So these are the essential rules, people. Always remember this. That's what I told the other day. Now also again I'm telling, because anytime if any of the formula like VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP is not working, probably one of the reason is one of the rule may not be satisfied. Could be the case. So you have to be thorough with all the rules. You should bring the clarity and always you should remember that. Anyway, so having said this over here, now we are going to proceed with to our sheet called advanced lookup. So now let me have a look. So Hitesha, did you get that? Now chart box.
नहीं sir, अभी भी नहीं है, but no problem. I'll use the voice time.
तो ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि वो कभी कभी वेब वर्सेस में कुछ और प्रॉब्लम भी हो सकते हैं, मे बी बिकॉज ऑफ दैट, आई एम नॉट श्योर. All right. Now, let me first give you the background story. What is the data we have with us? What exactly needs to be done and how to deal with the same. So, suppose say take an example. My boss asked me, Pravas, get me entire employee related information. So I just typed the respective T codes in my SAP or ERP system, and I could generate a report of 10,000 headcounts of organization of mine, and the report comes in this format. What is that? Employee ID is there, employee name is available, employee department which they are working with, what is the position or role they have, and how much is the salary. So it's a comprehensive data, complete picture is there. When I showed this data in this format to my boss is saying, Pravas, this data is of no use for me. You keep it with you. What I want out of this is you create a template for me in such a way that whenever I go for typing any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available immediately. Like, take an example for a sample case. Suppose my boss wants to go for typing ID 004. So in our report or master data, if you look at who is that person, ID 004.
Mr. D.
Mr. D. So that should come over here. What is his department? Legal should come over here. What is his position? Manager should come over here. And what is his salary? 2000 should come over here. So this is what my boss is expecting, that I should create a template in such a way. Whenever he goes and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available. So if that is the scenario, how to deal with that or how to create such kind of templates? That is what the question. Hope the question is clear for everyone.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, please give me your best opinion on this. What exactly to be done? So situation is there with you. Data is there in front of your screen. How to deal with? You have to give your best shot on this.
So with HLOOKUP,
HLOOKUP. Okay, चलो चलते हैं HLOOKUP. हाँ, क्या करना है?
so table array and then row index.
पहले तो देख, फॉर्मूला तो पढ़ लो. मेरे स्क्रीन में मैं दिखा रहा हूँ HLOOKUP. क्या पूछ रहा है फॉर्मूला?
हाँ, टेबल वैल्यू
टेबल वाले नहीं,
मस्ट बी
ठीक से पढ़िए, दैट इज द मिस्टेक वी डू ऑल द टाइम। ठीक से पढ़िए, फॉर्मूला क्या पूछ रहा है?
हाँ, लुकअप वैल्यू।
लुकअप वैल्यू, हाँ, तो लुकअप वैल्यू क्या है अभी?
लुकअप वैल्यू वुड बी 1।
1।
हाँ, कॉलम 1 है तो इवन एच लुकअप ना 1 2 3 4।
लुकअप वैल्यू 4।
this cell number this A6।
लुकअप वैल्यू का मतलब मैंने क्या समझा? कैन एनीबॉडी हेल्प मी? What is the meaning by lookup value? I said the other day.
So the actual thing that we are trying to search यानी कि
Right.
हम यहाँ पे आईडी नंबर वहां पे ढूंढ रहे हैं,
हाँ,
तो कॉमन वैल्यू।
हाँ, तो इन टर्म्स ऑफ सेल रेफरेंस अगर मुझे लेना है ये मेरे डेटा में से, लुकअप वैल्यू का सेल रेफरेंस क्या होगा, लुकअप वैल्यू का एड्रेस क्या होगा?
ID 04
That is what, where it is. How do I define that?
A6
A6। A6 आप पहले कैसे देख सकते हो?
A11।
हाँ, A11, दैट इज मोर आइडियल कि हमारे पास क्या है ढूंढने के लिए। What we have with us to search, that is our lookup value. So this is the only reason why I keep on telling you practice is very very essential. पता चल जाता है मुझे इत्तेशा क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है, इसलिए मैं क्यों बार बार कर रहा हूँ। देखो, मेरा काम है 16 घंटा आपको देना है, आपने मुझे उसका पेमेंट कर दिए हैं, बट फिर भी मैं यही चीज हर एक सेशन में करीबन 5 to 10 times आई कीप ऑन एम्फसाइजिंग अपॉन, इंसिस्टिंग अपॉन, क्योंकि लोग वही गलती करते हैं। देयर आर 3 reasons behind that. In training they feel okay, it's so easy because मैं I will not tell in pride, but this is how I have designed the course studies थी, आपको समझने के लिए easy लगे। So ट्रेनिंग में सब कुछ फेरी टेल की तरह लगेगा, but unless and until you practice you cannot get the hang on those topics, that's for sure. So this is the reason why I always asking you read it, फॉर्मूला क्या पूछ रहा है, तो उसके हिसाब से आप कनेक्ट करोगे तो डेफिनेटली थिंग्स विल बी मोर क्लियर। सो लुकअप वैल्यू, ओके चलो ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं। लुकअप वैल्यू A11 मैंने ले लिया, यस। नेक्स्ट व्हाट? गुड विजय, नो प्रॉब्लम। चलो गलती होता है होने दो, गलतियां यहीं पे ही ठीक करेंगे, गो हेड।
टेबल एरे
हाँ, तो मैं यहाँ से डायरेक्ट टेबल जा सकता हूँ?
सिलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा सर।
नहीं, पहले समझो, क्या मैं यहाँ से डायरेक्टली नेक्स्ट इनपुट में जा सकता हूँ?
कॉमा
कॉमा, ठीक है। तो मैंने अगर ये कॉमा दिया, जब ये फॉर्मूला मैं राइट में कॉपी करूंगा, A11 कहाँ पे जाएगा? ऑटोमेटिक B11 में मूव करेगा कि नहीं करेगा? So that also we need to be careful, right? We have already discussed data presentation, date diff formula, and our small and large in the business maths case studies, सब कुछ हमने देखा है ये सब, तो you should not forget that, right? तो चलिए यहाँ पे हम क्या करेंगे, we should lock it। तो 3 तरह के लॉकिंग सिस्टम हमने देखे थे। F for once for no movement, neither towards down nor towards right. So this is called cell lock, cell freeze और cell constant। डन, चलो ठीक है, आगे बढ़ो अभी। नो प्रॉब्लम, प्लीज गो अहेड, जो भी आपका प्लान है, जो भी करना है, चाहे वो गलती हो, गलती यहाँ पे हम सुधार रहे हैं, एक एक चीज हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, एलिमेंट्स। सो अभी VLOOKUP क्या पूछता है कॉमा देने के बाद?
टेबल एरे
टेबल एरे।
टोटल टेबल
तो चलो टेबल एरे क्या होगा?
फ्रॉम 8 to E7।
A2 to E7, ठीक है। तो इसके साथ क्या करना है, कुछ करना है इसके साथ?
लॉक करना है सर।
हाँ, तो नो मूवमेंट, neither towards down not towards right। चलो ये भी कर लिया। Then what? HLOOKUP is asking row index number. So which row data we need?
A6।
A6 is a row. Is it a row? A6 मतलब क्या है? A is the column, 6 is the row. So row index number should be a number. So how do you calculate row index number?
So should be 1।
How come 1?
तो आईडी फर्स्ट कॉलम में है इसीलिए।
कॉलम है, पूछ रहा है रो, तो आप
Column-
खुद ही अपना
रो।
स्टेटमेंट को
4।
कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कर रहे हो।
सॉरी।
सवाल पूछ रहा है रो इंडेक्स नंबर, आप बात
रो
कर रहे हो
इंडेक्स,
कॉलम इंडेक्स
कॉलम
नंबर का।
कॉलम।
सो रो इंडेक्स नंबर कैसे गिनती की जाती है, मैंने बताया था कि जब आप टेबल एरे बनाते हो, एक बॉर्डर डालता है, देख सकते हैं ये बॉर्डर के अंदर कितने रो आइटम्स हैं? 1 2 3 4 5 6। सो कौन से रो के ऊपर हमारा डेटा है?
5।
चेक करो, ठीक से चेक करो। 1 2 3 4 5 6 should be the row index number 5।
यस।
ओके, दे दिया। चलो अभी यहाँ पे क्या करना है? रेंज लुकअप, ट्रू फॉल्स, अप्रोक्सीमेट मैच, एग्जैक्ट मैच। मैंने सिंपल सा एक रूल कहा था, चाहे वी लुकअप हो एच लुकअप हो, खत्म कैसे होता है?
रेंज देखो 0, अप्रोक्सीमेट और एग्जैक्ट।
मैंने कहा था ये सब ऑलवेज, यस, गुड वन, जीरो। सो जीरो का मतलब मैंने समझाया था, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग बाय जीरो? नो, नो, हम उसके बारे में बात ही नहीं किए थे। जीरो मीन्स 1-to-1 मैच और एग्जैक्ट मैच। तो हमारे पास आईडी 004 है, अगर मेरे डेटा रेंज में आईडी 004 है तभी जाके ये डेटा करस्पॉन्डिंग 5 नंबर रो से डेटा उठाएगा, इसका मतलब होता है जीरो। ठीक है, तो अभी फॉर्मूला एक ही सेल में बना है, बाकी को भी अप्लाई करना है। व्हाट इज द शॉर्टकट? Control enter, very good। The moment I go for this, I'm not getting the data।
सर ये VLOOKUP होना चाहिए था।
वी लुकअप होना चाहिए था। चलो एच लुकअप नहीं तो वी लुकअप सही। चलो चलते हैं, वी लुकअप भी लेते हैं। ओके, अभी क्या पूछ रहा है?
A4 सॉरी A11
दे दिया,
फंक्शन A11 F4 करके फ्रीज करना है,
कर दिए।
कॉमा फिर वी नीड टू सिलेक्ट द एंटायर टेबल ऊपर जो है वो,
ओके, बहुत बढ़िया।
कॉमा नहीं इसको भी फ्रीज करना है,
हाँ मैंने कर दिया,
कॉमा।
नो प्रॉब्लम।
ओके 2 कॉमा 0 क्लोज ब्रैकेट कंट्रोल एंटर।
क्या हुआ?
नहीं वो एक्चुअली इसमें 2 है, वहां पे 3 कैसे आएगा ये नहीं पता मुझे।
हाँ, तो ये है प्रॉब्लम।
यहाँ पे 3 आना चाहिए, डिपार्टमेंट में पोजीशन में 4 आना चाहिए और सैलरी में 5 आना चाहिए।
ग्रेट, ग्लैड you got it। Okay, so sir, I have sudden medical emergency immediately। Okay, no problem, no problem। You can carry on, so take care, you can just go through video lectures, don't worry। Yep, so here friends, can you see the problem what you have with right now situation? If you see we are not able to take a call, which formula we should apply, that is the major problem। Do you agree with me? Now, since we are in the flow of our VLOOKUP formula and I have put it across the name as advanced lookup, so you believe that, okay, we can go for some lookup formula. But again, there is a confusion. Should we go for VLOOKUP or again go for HLOOKUP? So once we go for HLOOKUP blindly for the trial and error point of view, then it gives error. Then we thought, okay, let's go and try advanced, our VLOOKUP. And we get a solution that makes a sense. Okay, so this is how we are wasting our time. And this is how with our guess only we are getting a solution, and there is no prediction over here. There is no confidence we are getting whether we can get the answer or not. So this is what the major problem. And now the situation is, how will I know, looking at the situation, what would be the right formula? So this is the reason why, again, I told you the rules. So here, like a layman, just think about it. I have got a data. From this, I need to search our data in a different location. So from this location to this location, I have to search and fetch the records. Do you agree with me? If data is of A set, this is of B set. From A, we have to search and populate in B. This is what basically we need to do. But to search the records, I told you there are two formulas. One VLOOKUP, one HLOOKUP. VLOOKUP, if it is there in vertical, helps us to bring the data. HLOOKUP, it helps us in bringing the data if the data is in horizontal format. So now you tell me how the data structure is. In our data set A, our employee IDs are in vertical format. Do you agree? In our template also, if I go and keep on typing, if my boss is going to search many more employee data, he will go and type on this area only. Do you agree? So data structure कैसा है? Here in vertical, here also it is in vertical only. Do you agree? So data is ready for VLOOKUP. This is how we take a call. Okay? So now the question is, if I were supposed to get the name, I could have selected like this. I could have given the column index number 2 and I could have completed the formula by comma 0. But our problem is we need to find out not only the name, along with that department, position, salary, everything together. So in this case, for your understanding, I would like to ask a question. In this master data, how many columns we have?
5 columns.
Okay. So how we read our data? Left to right or right to left?
Left to right.
Left to right. So leftmost column, ID, column 1. Name, column 2. Department, column 3. Position, column 4. Salary, column 5. Now, if I'm looking for the data in my template, name, which column it is there in the master data?
Name is also in.
Right. So my column index number is supposed to be 2. Department, which column in the master data?
3.
Position
4.
and salary?
5.
Right. So this is how I am supposed to get my column index number. If I'm getting it, my solution will be ready. So this is for the understanding I'm creating. That is nothing to do with our formula. This is just for your understanding I'm creating. Hope this is clear. Now, once I go for the formula, I told you, always select your solution array and create the formula. That is what from day one itself we have developed the practice so that we can complete the formula not with enter, with control enter. So if I go for this VLOOKUP, first 1 minute, watch my screen, no need to be hurry for the solution. The reason why we took the VLOOKUP, we have understood. Now what it demands me, lookup value. So when I go for lookup value, it is there in my left. Okay. But the question is, when I copy this formula towards right, A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree? A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
But who knows if my boss wants to see many more employee IDs data, he will keep on typing in A12, A13, A14. And when he drag the formula towards down, formula should be ready to answer. So if I'm looking at my data tomorrow, if my boss is going to type the data, he will be typing A12, A13, A14. So if I copy this formula towards down, A11 should move to A12, A13, A14. But it should not move right, but it should move down. So which moment we have to lock now? If you remember date the formula, start date, it was moving within a column. So we made column lock. So column lock purpose, F4 3 times. So dollar symbol will appear before column. So when you copy the formula towards right, A11 will never go to B11 since column is locked. But when you copy the formula down, A11 will move to A12 since row is free. So this is called our column constant, column lock, or column freeze. Hope it is clear. This is nothing new, which you have already done. That's alone we are doing now. So we have to make our formula efficient enough in such a way, tomorrow, whatever the situation comes, it should be ready to give the answer. So people should not bother us. Okay, today's scenario changes. Okay, why the formula is not working? Again, you should go and change the locking stuff. No. So this is how we got our lookup value ready. So can I take that? Everybody is clear with the lookup value setup?
सर
Yes, yes.
यहाँ पे हमने अभी F4 3 टाइम्स प्रेस किया ना तो कॉलम लॉक हो गया. अगर F4 एक की बार प्रेस करते हैं तो भी मतलब वो लॉक ही होता है ना, मतलब इसमें डिफरेंस थोड़ा है.
That's what lack of practice again. Okay, I'll come back to this later. If you remember, okay, F4 once. Here we have started doing it. If you remember the other day scenario, revenue percentage, how to compute? What did you do? We go for equal to this divided by with the total revenue. Did you remember? We did like that to get the revenue in percentage. Now, if I go for like this immediately, and if I go and drag it down, what happens? I'm not getting the answer for certain cases. Can you see that? Why? Because when I copy this formula towards down, what happens? The moment Jan is moving to Feb, my total revenue also moving down. Can you see that? So this is the trouble why the other day what we did, when you go for the formula, B17 should not move down, neither towards down nor towards right. So we have gone for locking. That is F4 once. $2 symbols appears. Column B is locked and row 17 is also locked. So ultimately what is happening? The cell is locked, no movement. Neither B17 will go to B18, neither B17 will go to C17. So neither towards down, nor towards right. This is called cell lock or cell constant or cell freeze. Hope this is clear. Right. Now the moment I go for control enter, I could see the data. And if I go for total, we got it. Now, if you look at the other things, like in our date diff case, what was happening? When I take this formula, when I populate this formula over here, and I'm getting my result equal to date diff, if I don't do anything, taking the start date, comma, today formula is the end date, comma, Excel operator. If I go for this, bracket close, control enter, what I'm getting, except the first case, rest of the cases I'm getting error. Why? Because when I copy this formula towards down, what is happening? My date of joining is moving down. Can you see that? The blue color border. C6 is moving to C7. But along with that, what is happening? My D4 is also moving to D5. So we have to keep this C6 alone to move to C7, not D4 should go to D5. So we can log D4, but when I copy this formula towards right, what happens? My start date is moving towards right. Can you see that? C7 is moving to D7, right? Though D4 is moving to D5 again, what is problem? But our record is there in E4, it is moving to E5. So that movement is not going to happen or work with us. So this is the reason why what we did the other day equal to date diff, the moment we go for date of joining. This data always, if you look at when I copy the formula down, C6 has to move to C7, C8, C9, C10 like that. So which one sounds common? Is column. That's why we made it as column lock. So column lock purpose, we have to bring the dollar symbol before column. So this is the setup. We call it as column lock or column constant or column freeze. So what is column lock? Is it clear? Come on.
Yes.
Now it is asking next end date is called today's date. So today formula will help us in bringing up today's date. No problem. That doesn't need any locking because I told you the other day also, it is a formula predefined by Microsoft whose basic job is to generate today's date from the system. Now coming to our Excel operator. If you talk about this Excel operator, we'll be taking from this cell. So when I copy this formula towards down, D4 should not move down. D4 should not move down. But when I copy this formula towards right, D4 should move to E4. But when D4 goes to E4, C6, will it go to D6? No, because column is already locked. So column C will never come to column D. But when I copy this formula towards down, column C will remain the same, but 6 will change to 7. So here, when I go for D4, if I look at my copy the formula towards right, D4 has to go to E4 for month calculation. E4 has to go to F4 for day calculation. So there is a movement D4, E4, F4. Which one sounds common? D4, E4, F4. What is 4? That is what the confusion point. You are not clear which is column, which is row.
So constant.
See, what is there in vertical? That is column. What is there in horizontal? That is row. Is it clear now? What is column? What is row? Column is alphabet, row is number. Simple language if you want to say. Here, if you see A, B, C, D and all, these are called columns. If you see the horizontal mode, these are called rows. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
So what we did, taking the formula help equal to date diff, then taking our start date, making as a column lock. Reason, the data is moving within one column only. Start date always moving in only in one column. That's why we made it as column lock, comma. Today formula, comma, then going to Excel operator. This cell should not move down, but it should move right. So if it is moving right, D4 to E4, E4 to F4 movement should be on. So which one sounds common? Is the row number 4. So data is moving within a row. So when data is moving within a row, we need to lock only the row. So to lock the row only, we need to bring the dollar symbol before row number. And to bring the dollar symbol before row number, F4 twice. Bracket close. Formula is ready. Only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Control, enter. And this is what we did the other day. Hope that dollar symbol uses now everybody is clear with that.
Yes, sir.
Now coming to our Excel operator over here, whatever we are dealing with. Okay, so here, if you look at this, as I told you, we have to develop a practice. We have already done that. That will be designing the solution for the entire scenario. Okay, so if I go for this, the formula, why I need to choose VLOOKUP, we have discussed. Now, when I go for lookup value, this data should be ready to populate towards down, to move towards down. But this data should not be ready for move towards right. So we have to make only column lock because row has to be changed. Column should not get changed. That's why we made it as column lock. So why A11 we have made column lock? Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, comma. Coming to table array, formula next is asking table array. So what we want, once we find the employee ID, what we want name. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
But now, not only the name, we want department as well, position as well, and salary as well. Do you agree with that? So we
Yes, sir.
need everything. Now, this data range should not move down or move right. So no movement. So F4 once. So why we have gone for F4 once over here in the range to make it as range lock, range constant, or range freeze. No movement, neither towards down nor towards right. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Comma. Now, as I told you, formula is demanding column index number. So in our master data, the table array, the border area, maroon color, how many columns are there?
5 columns.
5 columns. Now, if I look at the 5 columns, which column data we need to pick it up?
Column 1.
Column
Then
1. How come column 1? Column 1 is already there with us, right?
we require column 2.
We need to start finding the records from name, department, position. That's what I explained you, right? We need 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you are asking me, then you could have answered me too. That was really helpful to us. So that is again, we have to go back to understand the VLOOKUP formula. This is the reason why I asked you the other day. If it is not clear, feel free to ask, because again, I cannot come back to explain you the concept, the basic formula of VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So this is the reason why I asked you. Anyway, so now again, I'm repeating. The common column we should not looking for because that is already there with us. So that is what the common key which will be establishing the relationship from one table to the other, one setup of data to the other set of data. So we have also employee ID in master data, also employee ID is there. Then only the then only the relationship will be built between the table, between the data, between two Excel sheet, between two Excel files. Now, based on this, which column data you are looking for. So when I'm looking for the other columns, I cannot leave that column. So I need to take a count of that column also because my data starts from that point. So employee ID is also in selection. Can you see that in the border area, employee ID is there or not? It's there. So I cannot eliminate that column. I have to include that. But along with this, I am looking for name. So name is in second column. That's why the moment we had a discussion, we discussed that we need to have column index number 2, 3, 4, 5. But we cannot define together over here. And neither we could go to each and every cell and define the range. Suppose say I will go for over here 2. Take an example, just watch my screen. Then comma 0. What is going to happen when I control enter? Every case I am getting only the name, because every time it is just only picking the value of name column only. But when I'm copying the formula towards right, name should automatically change to department. So here what we do, we go to our department column, we change it to 3. Then we go back to position, again we change it to 4. Then we go to salary, again we change it to 5. This is what we have to do it manually, or this is what we have been doing. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
So that is what people time taking, time consuming job. Here 3 to 4 columns is there, I can do that. Suppose I have got 10 columns. Do I need to do VLOOKUP changing formula 10 times? 10 times do I need to change the column index number? Is it a idle process? Never. Excel never recommends for that. So this is the place where we have to improve our standard of reporting. But how? I will tell you. Just watch my screen for a minute. I'll be taking the same formula is equal to VLOOKUP. I'm doing it first one more time. Taking this data, I need to lock it, the column F4 thrice. Okay. Then going to table array, formula is demanding table array. So I need everything. I need to lock it. No movement, neither towards down, nor towards right. Now the problem starts. When I go for the next, it is asking me column index number. So when I go for column index number, I need 2, 3, 4, 5 together. but that we cannot give it over here. And neither I could take some kind of this kind of helper items over here. That is what we have already denied in the day one itself. If you remember the vendor evaluation, there was small, large formula we have used, and we have used k purpose 1, 2, 3. And I told you if you delete this 1, 2, 3, the formula is in trouble. Able to recall?
Yes, sir.
So there, what is the formula we had used, if you remember? With small and large, what is that formula we have combined to generate same 1, 2, 3? What is that formula? 1, 2, 3 was there. I deleted
Row.
that. So we have
Row.
used the row formula because we are looking for the data in rows. But now the exercise, what we are doing, how you are looking at the data.
Column.
So instead of row, we'll be using a column formula. So like row formula gives me the row number as the answer, column formula will be giving me the column number as the answer. So first watch my screen, column number. So now which column I'm trying to type this formula? अभी देखो हम कौन से कॉलम में फॉर्मूला बना रहे हैं. You can identify from the column headers also. देखो ए कॉलम थोड़ा लाइट शेड ग्रे में है, डी कॉलम जो है थोड़ा डार्क ग्रे में है. देख पा रहे हैं? कैन यू सी द डिफरेंस इन कॉलम एंड ए एंड बी?
B3.
हाँ, बी कॉलम में फॉर्मूला बना रहे हैं, राइट? दैट्स व्हाई इट इज स्टार्टिंग द डार्क ग्रे कलर स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम कॉलम बी ओनली. सो हम बी कॉलम में फॉर्मूला बना रहे हैं. दैट इज व्हाट द मैसेज. नाउ बी, इफ यू कैलकुलेट, बी इज ए अल्फाबेट, बट टेक्निकली अगर काउंट करेंगे तो बी का नंबर क्या होगा? व्हाट इज द नंबर गोइंग टू रिटर्न बाय बी? 2. So definitely my column formula will be giving the answer as 2 because we are trying to compute the formula in column B, right? This is what, the moment I go for this over here, let me show you something. Okay. Now, if I go for my column formula, is it giving me as 2? Yes, we are getting the answer 2. और जब हमने discussion भी शुरू किया था, what is that we have discussed? कि हमारा column index number, this is supposed to be 2. And are we getting the same? Yes. So we are in the right track now. Now, column formula will be deciding my column index number for VLOOKUP. Now, coming to the next, range lookup, it is asking. I told you, forget about all these things, but VLOOKUP, how it ends up with? Always with 0. That is called one-to-one match or exact match. So bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell. But we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut we learned? Control enter, and we got the result at once. So this is what the beauty, people, what we have understood. Whenever your data is in sequence, whenever your data is in sequence and you are looking for that for multiple columns, you can go for VLOOKUP with column combination. Okay. So give it a try and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask. So scenario one, can I take that? Everybody is clear, people, what we did? Any confusion, any doubt, any hesitation, feel free to clear, because this is what very, very essential formulas in our routine activities, which will be helping us to save our time and avoid the duplication of work. Trust me.
Are we going to cover that if we had multiple IDs in scenario one? Can we simply drag the formula? I don't think it will work because we have locked the reference.
Which reference you have locked?
The IDs.
Yeah, IDs you have logged. See, that is not necessary. In master data, we have logged it, right? Here we have not logged anything. So this definitely, this formula is going to work. That's why we are struggling this much. Why we are taking
Right.
this locking options and all. Now tomorrow, suppose say my boss is going to type furthermore employee IDs. Take an example. Okay. And here, suppose he's going to, I'm going to type furthermore employee IDs like this. I'm taking this. Copied. I pasted over here. Correct. Now what I'll
Yep.
do, my boss is going to simply drag it down like this. That is
Correct.
what anybody will do. It is ready with the formula,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
right? All right. I'm glad you asked. That's your query is clarified. Yes. Anybody else? Any queries as such? What we did? Okay. I consider that everybody is clear so far what we did. Now we'll proceed to next level. Next level in the sense, same situation we are going to analyze for one more time. Okay. Now suppose say this is what our friend Yash has done. He has created this template and he has presented this definitely. Now suppose say he has presented the same to our friend Sridhar. So Sridhar, I'm taking your name for the story. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Sridhar is watching the data. So obviously, one thing we know that when we are creating a template, we cannot create a sample data like this and send it across. So template has to be remain blank. Now, if our friend Yash is going to delete this employee ID of A11 cell, what happens? My answer area is giving some kind of error. What is that? Hash NA. And why this kind of error is coming up? Because of data absence. We know, right? But I cannot leave these errors like this and send it across to this next level. So our Yash cannot send this data in this format and send the template to the next level. Definitely, Sridhar is going to ask a lot of questions. So in this case, how to manage all these things? So whenever we have formula-driven errors in place, first 1 minute, watch my screen. Whenever we have a formula-driven errors in place without impairing the formula, how to handle these errors? I'll tell you. I will open this formula, and any point of time, if you happen to deal with the formula driven errors, we should adding one more formula over here, naming called if error. Now see the screen. I'm going to take you through over here my formula bar. Focus. So how this is going to work? In step one, Excel will calculate the VLOOKUP formula. So VLOOKUP formula, if at all it returns the answer as an error, in step 2, our Excel will be computing the IFERROR formula. Now, since we have already declared IFERROR formula to be applied, then what we need to do? Over here, whatever the replacement for the errors that we need to declare over here. Okay, so what's the replacement like? Comma. What exactly you want in place of errors? Nil, not available, not applicable. Whatever you want to type, you must type within two double inverted quotes, since that is our text. But if you do not want to define anything, since we are working in a template, so the template should remain blank. So blank purpose, I told you in day one also. What is that? Can somebody recall? If at all in a formula you want to define a blank as an output, what should be the setup? What we should define?
Inverted comma.
That is what? No space. Only two immediate double inverted quotes. So that itself implied as a blank cell. Now, bracket close for if error. Formula is ready, only with one cell. Need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut we have developed? We have practiced. Control Enter. Now see the beauty. As long as there is no data over here, my formula is remaining silent. So tomorrow, suppose Sridhar is going to type any data. So for the timing, I'm copying and pasting. Now this is ready with the answer. So this is how people, any point of time, you are creating a template. You must create the template with this kind of if error formula. So if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula, and the basic job is to handle the formula driven errors. Okay. So hope this is clear what we did. Give it a try and check, is it working? Yes, people. Is it working? Any doubt, any queries, anybody struggling, needs my support, feel free to ask. All right. Now, once we have done with this, next, what we can do, let's have a look at this. Let's take the same situation one more time and we'll analyze. Now, suppose say, take an example over here. Uh, I have prepared this kind of templates. I have sent it across the same file to my boss. My boss is going to type some employee ID, and what he typed, just imagine, he just typed like this, and it is not working. Immediately he got panic and he immediately called me. Prabhas, what kind of template you have designed? It's not working. Now, listening or hearing his statement, I got shocked because the moment I have sent the file, the template, I checked twice. Everything was working fine, but now he's saying like this. So I have no idea, no clue where the thing has gone wrong. So unless and until I leave my seat, my workstation, I come back to his cabin and watching his laptop, I will not be knowing where is the mistake. And when I came to him and watching his laptop, I found that there is a silly mistake happened. My boss did not type the data properly. So how you would be feeling if you were in my place? Yes, people, this is a real-time situation. Sometimes it happens. If we do silly mistakes, boss is on fire. Do you agree? अभी बॉस ने सिली मिस्टेक किया तो क्या कर सकते हैं? ये सितेशा?
Sir,
Yes, give me your opinion. No problem. Anybody, one by one. We are speechless, zipped. We cannot do anything. So here, only thing is we have to waste our time. And this is being wasted. Of course, I am in middle of my some work. I have to leave that in the halfway. I have to come back to his cabin and I have to explain all these things. So which is really unwanted, but I'm doing that. I have to do now. So whose premium time is being wasted? Of course, it's mine. But who is held responsible for that? Yes, now you can answer. Yes, Sanjay, what's your opinion? In this entire situation, if you have understood and heard my story, whose mistake is in this?
Yeah, this was mistake at his end. So
Well, boss is committing mistake. Can you say that? Boss, you are doing mistake. Because of your mistake, I am wasting my time. So, boss is always right. We know that we cannot say anything on this point. But now the question is, here, whose mistake is someone has to take the responsibility. Of course, it's mine. Because who has given that opportunity to boss to commit that mistake? This is me. Because I am the template creator. I am the owner of the template. I am designing the template, right? So what we have understood from the entire discussion is whenever you create a template, people give the least options to the user to type the data. जितना ऑप्शन ओपन करके रखेंगे टाइप करने के लिए मौका देंगे to human being is to error, we know that. So people will be committing the mistakes, so we should not allow them. Absolutely, exactly. So to prevent the errors to happen, to control the errors to happen over there, rather leaving this cell open, will be creating a drop down. So how to create a drop down? Day one, I showed you one template about the vendor evaluation, like product list PR1, PR2, PR3 and all. So now we are going to do something like that. So just 1 minute, watch my screen what I'm doing. I will keep my cursor in A11 cell. I'll go to my data menu. In data menu, we have an option next to text to column naming called over here data validation. So this is called data validation. Okay. Now when I go for data validation, it will take me to a dialog box, and this is having a settings criteria. In this settings criteria, we have an option called validation criteria. And in this validation criteria, there is a drop down. It shows any value. So instead of any value, we are going to define the list because we are going to create a list. So once I go for list option, this is demanding a source box for me. That where is the data? To create a drop down, where is the data? This is demanding. So data is in our master data. This is our data. Okay, I have defined that. Now the moment I click OK with immediate effect, can you see a drop down is coming up over here, right? So my boss will be having only one choice. He has to select the drop down, and whichever the employee ID he is looking for, it is ready. instantly, immediately. Now see the beauty. If my boss did not listen to me, even though I have prescribed the instructions clear in the cover page, but still he did not listen to me, he did not read my instructions, and he typed something of his own, then this is not going to accepted by Excel. It will throw a warning like that. Even though he tries hard, it is not going to happen. So that's the beauty of creating a drop down. So please give it a try. In the A11 cell, just select, go to data and data validation.
So please show the steps again.
Going to data, data validation. Did you get your data validation dialog box?
Yes.
There, the first tab is dealing with settings, where the allow drop down is there.
Yeah.
In the drop down, you have to select list.
Okay.
Then source box will be opened immediately in the bottom.
Yes.
There you have to just keep the cursor and you have to select where is your data. So in the source box, you keep your cursor and then select your master data, exactly the data points of A3 to A7. So that is containing all the employee IDs. Click OK, the drop down will be ready.
Okay.
So I believe everybody is clear with the scenario one, whatever we have done. So this is how we got an idea also. Whenever we need to create a template, how to design the formulas, and if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula to get our result. In place of errors can be replaced with that. And how to connect our formulas to a drop down so that it will be more dynamic. And here the major takeaway is column formula. So when the data is in same sequence, instead of writing VLOOKUP formula for multiple times, we can get all the answers by simply combining VLOOKUP with column. All right. Now we'll go to our scenario two. So situation remains the same.
Sir, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. मेरा data validation नहीं हुआ.
तो
I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, ठीक
Can
है.
I share my
Yes,
screen?
yes. Please do that.
Okay. I'm leaving this as it is. I was creating data validation here.
नहीं वहां पे बनाओ ID 004 जहाँ पे लिखा है वहीं पे बनाओ. क्यों छोड़ना है उसको? डिलीट करो. वो पहले डिलीट करो. वो पहले डिलीट करो जो बना है. हाँ.
Okay.
अभी डेटा में जाओ.
Data validation.
बिल्कुल.
List. Okay. And okay.
बिल्कुल.
Drop down क्यों नहीं आया?
हाँ. ड्रॉप डाउन पहले देखते हैं. ड्रॉप डाउन क्यों नहीं है वो पहले देखेंगे. तो पहली बात तो यहाँ पे जो फॉर्मूला है वो एरर दिखा रहा है. तो फॉर्मूला ठीक ठाक है. फॉर्मूला में रखो जरा कर्सर. हाँ. VLOOKUP ही है. आपने if error को दिया ही नहीं है.
अच्छा.
तो पहले चारों सेल्स को सिलेक्ट करो. एक मिनट. नहीं वहां से नहीं. जहां पे सॉल्यूशन बनाया एस्केप करो, जहां से सॉल्यूशन बनाया मतलब नेम से लेके, हाँ चारों सेल को सिलेक्ट करो। अभी फॉर्मूला को ओपन करो F2। फॉर्मूला बार में मत बनाओ, फॉर्मूला बार में मत बनाओ, वो एक गलत प्रैक्टिस है, तो आपको आपको अच्छे से नहीं दिखेंगे।
ठीक
F2
है,
प्रेस करो,
F2
F2। हाँ आपके लिए फंक्शन F2।
फंक्शन F2 आएगा मेरे इसमें,
हाँ
फंक्शन F2
बी लुकअप से पहले
बनाओ।
हाँ बनाओ इफ एरर, ब्रैकेट ओपन, जहां फॉर्मूला खत्म हुआ कॉमा,
हाँ
कॉमा देके डबल इन्वर्टेड कॉमा दो बार, हाँ ब्रैकेट क्लोज, इफ एरर का कंट्रोल एंटर।
ओके,
अभी रेडी है। अभी A11 में कर्सर रखो। अभी चलो डेटा वैलिडेशन।
आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स ये, आई
ओके
थिंक इसकी कुछ सेटिंग्स में गड़बड़ है।
नहीं 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 नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा, एक मिनट रुकते हैं। फाइल मेनू में जाओ,
ओके,
अकाउंट, ऑफिस प्रोफेशनल प्लस 2016। ओके बैक, जो ऊपर जो एक एरो की है वहां पे बैक आ जाओ। हाँ अभी ये जो फाइल है ये कहाँ पे है, जरा मुझे लोकेशन दिखाएंगे।
श्योर, इट्स इन ई ड्राइव।
ओके ठीक है। आप वो फाइल में वापस आइए, एक्सेल में वापस आइए, फाइल को एक बार सेव करिए, क्लोज कर दीजिए।
ये ओपन,
अभी फिर से रीओपन करो। हम्म, अभी चलो, फिर से चलो।
डेटा वैलिडेशन, आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग।
Some other things problem is there because data validation is also itself it is deactivated. So यहाँ से काम करते हैं, फिर से डेटा वैलिडेशन में जाओ।
हाँ, ओके,
वन
यहाँ
मिनट
पे
वन मिनट वहां पे रुको। तो यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन देखो, क्लियर ऑल, नीचे लेफ्ट साइड में क्लियर ऑल ऑप्शन है। हाँ अभी ओके करो। अभी फिर से जाओ डेटा वैलिडेशन में। एंटर, एंटर, अगेन एंटर।
नहीं आ रहा।
एक नया फाइल खोलिए, कंट्रोल N।
कंट्रोल एन,
फॉर न्यू।
ओके,
हाँ देयर यू गो फॉर ऑल्ट डी एल, ऑल्ट डी एल। हाँ
हाँ,
सेटिंग्स में जाओ, वहां पे एनी वैल्यू के बदले टाइप सिलेक्ट करो लिस्ट। सोर्स में टाइप करो यस,
यस,
कमा नो,
स्पेस आएगा कि नहीं आएगा?
कमा कमा नो स्पेस, यस,
ओके,
कमा नो,
नो,
कमा मे बी। ओके करो। हाँ तो हो रहा है, तो उस फाइल में कुछ फॉर्मेट कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया है, तो नो इश्यूज, काम करेगा। ठीक है,
ऑलराइट,
या
थैंक
वेलकम। चलिए, so now friends we are going to work with our situation number 2 over here, what we have designed. So situation remains the same, only thing is employee ID changing. So if that is the case, then what should be the formula? Can somebody help me?
किस चीज के लिए फॉर्मूला आप लोग ढूंढ रहे हैं? मिस कर गया क्वेश्चन.
Yes, from ID 003 we are looking for. So what should be the formula? Same data, master data, only this is my master data, but now I'm looking for ID 003. So what should be the formula?
Same formula.
Okay.
If error
Is equal to, okay, if error बाद में आप ले सकते हो, VLOOKUP start करते हैं. Lookup value. What should be the treatment for that?
Yes, that's right. That is the and lock it,
Right.
the column, and the table array from A2 to E7. Lock it.
Okay.
And then column,
Mm-hmm.
open close parenthesis, and 0.
Comma 0.
I missed to tell you to select the entire range.
Entire range of what?
Name, department, position, and salary.
It's already selected. Okay.
Okay, then control enter.
Okay.
Okay, it did not work.
Sir, क्योंकि column हमने formula लिया है, so it is considering column H.
Very good.
And not column B.
Right. So column H. So column formula always takes the column number as answer. So we are working in column H, right? So column H, H is the alphabet, but if you count, what is the number it is going to return? H का number क्या होगा? A, B, C, D से start करते हैं counting. So H will be giving me 8.
8.
We got 8. But in our master data, name is in which column?
2.
So ideally, what we need to do, that is B is alphabet again. So B column is not there. We have to read in our border area. In border area, total 5 columns are there. Name is in the second column. Column formula is giving me 8, but we are looking for 2. So in that case, what we need to do? A basic mathematics. Minus 6.
6.
Control enter.
Because 8.
Right.
Okay.
So this is how people, though your data is in sequence, but if the location is changing or you are applying VLOOKUP in 2 different Excel sheet or 2 different Excel file, slightly we need to adjust the column by this kind of giving
And
them
instead of sir, I have a query.
Yeah, please ask.
Instead of -6, instead of -6, can we give B3 column bracket? In that bracket, we can give B3.
You
and
can
just drag the formula.
you can. I'm not denying, but I would not recommend that. Because see, if I'm giving B3, now tomorrow, if my row is changing, B3 is coming up blank. Okay. So there might be a problem if the column number is changing or column row is deleted or row reference is changing. So this is the reason why always give this kind of option. But that will work. What you're saying is absolutely right. I'm not denying.
This -6, can you just explain again?
Right.
Once again, minus.
Okay. Now we are looking for name, department, position, salary, right?
Right.
Is it in the same sequence in the master data, our data?
Yes.
So in the previous case, if you look at when the data is in same sequence and we are looking for 2, 3, 4, 5 only. So here also we are looking 2, 3, 4, 5, correct?
Okay.
So if I go for my column formula, what it returns me? Because we are in HIJK. So H is 8, I is 9, J is 10, K is 11, right? The column numbers, if you look at column formula returns the column number. That's why
we want to.
That's why we have gone for 6. So 8 minus 6 automatically it will be adjusting. Similarly, 9 minus over here, 6,
got it.
10 minus 6, 11 minus 6. All right, people. So situation 2, no problem. So situations 2, is it clear, people, for everyone? Any doubt, any queries?
No, just I wanted to know one thing, that you were checking. So when you were checking column, open and close parenthesis, you were checking the result of it. How did you check that result?
Right, that's a good question. So whenever you are writing a formula, you can select a particular segment to check whether my formula is going to give me the right result or not. So since I'm in column H, my column formula complete starting from C till close parenthesis, I have selected and need to see what is the output is going to give me. I need to press F9. So F9, what it will do, the formula will be executed in the formula designing mode. But once I confirm, okay, I'm getting the result or not getting whatever it is, then I have to come back again if I need to continue with the formula. Like Control Z, undo.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. So situation 2, is it clear, people? Scenario 2, any questions, anybody?
No questions from me.
Okay. So can I consider that everybody is clear with scenario 2? What is the formula? Why did you apply? Why we have customized the column index number like this? Chalo, bahut badhiya. Now we'll proceed to our scenario 3. So in scenario 3, just stay focused. Same master data only we are taking to consider, but we are looking for ID 005 result. And now we are no more looking for name. First we'll want department, then salary, then name, then position. If it is the case, then how to get our result. So if I would like to go for VLOOKUP, how to start with? As I told you, our data is over here vertical. We'll be also dealing with vertical only. So our data is ready for VLOOKUP, no doubt. But if I want to go for VLOOKUP in master data, how many columns are there? Now department, which column it is?
3.
So our column index number has to be 3. Salary, which column?
5.
Name?
2.
Position?
4.
So this is supposed to be our column index number if we are looking for VLOOKUP formula, correct? Right, people? The earlier case, how we have discussed 2, 3, 4, 5 should be our column index number, and that is what we have achieved. Similarly, for your understanding, I am creating all these things. This is technically not needed, and that is nothing to do with our formula. This is for your understanding I'm creating. So do you agree with me that if I'm looking for VLOOKUP to apply, the column index number has to be 3, 5, 2, 4? True?
Yes.
Right. तो ये समझ में हमको आ गया. But the question is, so far whatever we have learned, 3, 5, 2, 4, is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
No.
So VLOOKUP with column ruled out. VLOOKUP with column combination is not going to work. This is how you have to think. जैसा मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, उसी फॉर्मेट में, उसी सीक्वेंस में आपको सोचना है. So what we have learned in scenario 1, this is not going to help me because my data is not in sequence. Now option 2, can I do the cut paste work of the columns and apply VLOOKUP with column combination? डिपार्टमेंट की जगह पे नेम को लेके आना है, सैलरी की जगह पे हम लेके आएंगे डिपार्टमेंट को. इस तरह के कॉलम को कट पेस्ट करके एडजस्ट करके कैन वी अप्लाई VLOOKUP with column combination by adjusting the column with doing the cut paste work? That's there, right? We can do that, isn't it? But do you think that that will be a great idea or that will be the ideal option? Here maximum 3 to 4 columns is there. We have a proper control and we can do the cut paste work, we can arrange the columns. But think about a real-time data from SAP or ERP. If you download, near about 60 to 70 fields should be there. And if you need to adjust for 10 to 15 fields out of that, somewhere while doing the cut paste work, you will be lost and the entire data will be messed up. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So this is what happens. And that is the reason why what we did, definitely, that is also not going to help me. Now, option number 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP has the power to get the column index number in this format and get the result? If that is the case, then definitely this would have also worked, isn't it? So VLOOKUP doesn't have the power to make the column index number dynamic. So we have no option now. We have no choice. Because whatever we have learned so far, nothing going to help us. So now what is that we need to add? We need to add more power to VLOOKUP. So what is that extra power, additional power, booster? We are going to discuss that first. So first watch my screen, okay? So we'll create some data. So first we'll create some data together. So let's go and start working with me. Just create a data naming called Jan and drag it up to December. बना लो मेरे साथ. Now just stay focused on my screen. ये जो डेटा मैंने सिलेक्ट करके रखा है, the data amount of data what I have selected, how many cells are there in this selected criteria? How many cells are there? 12. अगर मैं आपको पूछूं what is the position of May out of that 12 cells, if I ask you what is the position of May, what will be your answer? How did you come to know about this? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2, like that. The moment we reach to May, it gives the answer as 5th. All right. This is what we did it manually. Now the same thing, if I want to do it in Excel, how Excel is going to give me the result. That is what our agenda. So please stay focused for a minute. What I'm doing, try to observe, understand. Next 1 minute, I'll be giving time to work. Don't worry. See, I'm going to take a reference of May. Suppose say I'm looking for the result of May. What we did manually. Now same thing we are going to do it in Excel. So Excel will be taking the help of a formula called match. So match formula, what it demands me, just say. It is asking me lookup value. If you remember VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, what they were asking, the first input, is it the same lookup value?
Yes, sir.
So lookup value, what is the meaning? We discussed already. तो lookup value का मतलब क्या है? हमारे पास जो है ढूंढने के लिए, तो हमारे पास क्या है? May. Is it clear? The first element for match formula, what is the meaning by lookup value? Is it clear? Can I take that?
Yes.
Comma. What is the next thing it is asking? Lookup array. If you recall, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, what they were asking as a second input?
A stable array.
Table array. Table array, right? So here there is a difference. We need to understand that. Very thin line. See, when the formula is asking table array or array, if you recall, in our day 1, the small and large formula, they were asking for array. But VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, they were asking for table array. So whenever the formula is demanding array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. Okay. But when the formula is demanding lookup array, it can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. Now, if you look at our match purpose, what would be the lookup array? Where is the data? Is it there in a complete column or complete row? It's in a complete column. So we have to take the lookup array like this. So hope you have understood now that what is lookup array, what is table array. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Now what it is asking, less than, exact match, greater than. If you remember, I told you Vlookup, HLOOKUP, how it ends up with
0.
So here also we have to go for 0 for exact match. So you see 0 stands for exact match. It's already prescribed. Now the formula will be ready and it will be giving me the answer. So what we have understood, what match formula does, match takes the cell value as an input and finds out cell location as the answer or cell position as the answer. So match formula always gives the answer in number. Okay, that much you just remember right now. Options, you know, what are the elements you have understood, how to write, we are clear. Now, if I go and change May to something else, say September, what will be my answer?
9.
Did you receive it? Yes. If I go and change December,
12.
if I go for Feb, if you go for May, we got the answer as 5. So this is what people, our match formula. So please give it a try and check in your case, your match formula is giving the right result or not. Just confirm. Yes, people, could you please confirm? I got two confirmations. Sridhar and Vijay, they have done. How about others?
Yes, sir, done it.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great. So got 4. Another 4 is required.
Yes, sir.
सर
Yes.
सर वो मंथ चेंज करने के बाद नंबर नहीं आ रहा मेरा.
मंथ चेंज करने के बाद नंबर नहीं है, रेस्ट तो नहीं होगा. दिखाइए क्या कर रहे हैं आप. थोड़ा स्क्रीन थोड़ा शेयर करेंगे.
हाँ हाँ यस. दिख रही है स्क्रीन मेरी?
नॉट येट.
दिख रही है?
नॉट येट ऋतुजा.
अभी दिखा रही है?
हाँ, अभी ऐड हो रहा है.
अभी यहाँ पर मैंने मे टाइप किया तो आया ना.
तो आपने क्या
अभी
किया, टाइप क्या किया? देखो पहले टाइप आपने क्या किया.
पहले मे का ही मैंने
ठीक
फॉर्मूला
है.
टाइप किया था ना.
ओके
अभी मैं चेंज करती हूँ मंथ.
ओके ठीक है.
फॉर एग्जांपल फेब लेती हूँ. फेब आया तो
ठीक है.
जून का क्यों नहीं आया
तो
था?
टाइप तो करो. आप क्या टाइप कर रहे हो?
वो स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक भी है. हाँ
ऑब्वियसली. अभी आपका
ओके
नाम
ओके.
मैं ऋतुजा के बदले आर के यू के बदले RITUJ लिखूंगा. आप एग्री करोगे?
नहीं.
तो फिर एक्सेल कैसे हमाने का बात, राइट? तो यू हैव टू गिव
यस
वन
यस
टू वन मैच, एग्जैक्ट मैच. दैट्स व्हाट वी डिस्कस, राइट? जो एग्जैक्टली है
यस
वही टाइप करना है,
यस यस.
right? Chalo. So I'll be taking the control back on the screen. So I believe, friends, everybody is clear what we discussed about this match formula, and this is going to help a lot. So for the time being, just remember one thing, friends, that match formula gives the answer in number. Okay. And if you recall the situation of ours, the moment we started the discussion, we are looking for also the numbers 3, 5, 2, 4. What are they? They are the numbers only, correct? So now there are two situations. If the data is in sequence, we can use VLOOKUP with column combination. So column formula also returns the answer in terms of numbers, but that will help only if the data is in sequence. So now the data is not in sequence. So what we do, in place of column, we'll be using match formula. See the beauty? Just watch my screen for a minute, understand what I'm doing. No need to do anything, just watch my screen, okay? Now VLOOKUP, मैंने लिया lookup value. आप बताओ मुझे अभी. Now you are ready to up to that extent. कोई भी?
ID 005.
ID 005, G11. Okay.
Area. Comma.
Are you sure I should comma?
Need to lock the
Right.
column.
What kind of lock? Column lock. That's what I told you. Always keep your formula ready to handle any type of situation. Chalo, ye ho gaya. Then table array. कहाँ पे है मेरा data? I told you. What is the meaning by table array? A2 to E7. Everybody agree करते हैं? All are agreeing with that? Yes, friends, we are working as a team, so your consent is very much important. So are we agree with this statement? What exactly to be taken as a table array? Do you agree with that? A2 to E7.
Yes, sir.
जी सर.
बिल्कुल. तो इसके साथ क्या करना
Yes.
चाहिए?
Lock
We should lock it F4 once. No movement, neither towards down nor towards right. Okay, ये भी कर लिया. Then what's next? Column index number. This is asking. So here, please stay focused. We need 3, 5, 2, 4. And this is not in chronological order. So column formula is not going to help me. We learned one more formula, match. That also returns the answer as number. So we'll start with match. Now your entire focus, give it to the match formula. Forget about there is a VLOOKUP formula. Just give your focus to match. What it demands me. Lookup value. And I told you, what is the meaning by lookup value?
सर इस केस में लुकअप वैल्यू वुड बी डिपार्टमेंट ऊपर एच इसमें है जो एच कॉलम में जो
नहीं, मेरा सवाल ये नहीं है. मेरा सवाल था what is the meaning by lookup value?
Okay, then the answer is the information we have that we want to search.
Very good. That's what the answer. तो चलिए. So here, if you look at what is our lookup value?
Department.
How can it be department? We have got employee ID, right?
G11.
हमारे पास employee ID है. That is what our lookup value, right? But क्या हो रहा है? That is already given for VLOOKUP, right? Technically, G11 is the lookup value, but that is already given to VLOOKUP. So we have nothing. देखा जाए तो हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है देने के लिए. But technically we have something. What is that? Can we take the department header and can we take the same and look into the data in our master data, the first row item where all the headers are there? Can we search in that array? Right, people? Taking the lookup value as a department over here, can we go and search in this array? Because it is asking lookup array, right? So I told you what is the meaning by lookup array, either one column or complete row. So in our master data, how the headers are arranged, in a row or in a column? In a row. So that's why we have taken A2 to E2. But when I take this over here, when I copy the formula either towards right or down, this array should not move right or down. Do you agree? So what I'm supposed to do with that? Look at my formula board. What I'm supposed to do with that? We should lock it. So when I go for lock it, can you see my formula bar A2 to E2 is locked? Okay, now comma. over here. In this green color border area, how many cells are there?
Five.
So department we are looking for. Department, which position it is there out of that 5? Third one. So my match formula is going to return me 3. As such, we have understood. But to complete our match formula, what it demands me, we should go for. So for that 0. Now this match formula is going to return us 3. We have understood. Let's go and check it out whether the match formula is giving me 3. Of course, yes. And this is what we are looking for. That is what we discussed, right? So match is doing the job properly. No problem. But we are writing this match formula inside VLOOKUP, right? So VLOOKUP also to be end up with. So VLOOKUP, how it ends up with, comma, exact match, that is 0. So this is how people, when you write the formula, we have written only in one cell, but we need to apply for rest. So what is the shortcut? Control, enter, and our problem starts. So here, sometimes what it happens, people, we have written the formula and we are getting this kind of errors. So VLOOKUP is properly logged, table array is properly defined, match is giving the result also we have confirmed, VLOOKUP ends up with 0, that is also we have understood, but still we are not getting the answer. So sometimes we may face this kind of situation. So no need to be worried about, no need to break your head, just one time check your data. Is there any problem in the data? Could be the case. So what kind of problem may occur with us or may happen with us? Just say, if you look at our data employee ID, how many characters it is seeming over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, isn't it? But if I go and technically count that by using the len formula, it gives me something else. Can you see that? Seems like there are 6 characters, but technically 7 are there. So what do you understood by that? Maybe.
There's a space.
Yeah. That is what the mistake people does. They believe there is a space, but that may not be a space also. Could be the case. So don't blindly just tell that this is just, there might be a space. There might be some character which is not visible. So it's not necessarily to be a space. Okay. So how to confirm that? I'll tell you. So if you believe, okay, there is a space, as you said rightly, immediately, that there might be a space. So how will I check that? Being a facilitator, I will not go blindly saying yes. So what I'll do, I will be using a formula called trim. So to check if at all there is a space, so trim is the formula which will be helping me to remove the unwanted space from the cell, either from the beginning or at the end or in the middle. Wherever extra space is there, immediately it will remove that. Now this will be giving me the result. Now again, I'll go and check with the len formula is equal to len. This data, whatever I have identified by using the trim, is it cleaning the data? Yes. So I am sure now there was a space, and that is what it is cleaned up with trim formula, and my trim formula is working for me. Okay, this is for the understanding I have created. So now the question is, do I need to really go and create another column and clean the data? Then I do the copy paste special value. Then I should go for application of formula? No, not necessary. This is what our experts, they will suggest us to do the job like this. But what I would suggest, whatever the formula we have created, we will make our formula efficient enough in such a way, even though the data is not cleaned, it will first clean the data, and that cleaned value will be taken as an input. How? Just say, I am opening the formula. From this entire formula, which element is uncleaned? We discussed. Can you identify? So that alone will be retaining in trim. काम हो गया? देखा? So we don't need to go for a separate activity for cleaning up the data. So this is how the formula, what it will do. First, it will trim formula will clean the data. That clean data will become the lookup value. Match is giving the already answer that we know. No worries. Rest is fine. Now formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. Shortcut, control, enter. Now can you see that? Even though the data is unclean, but still we are able to fetch our answer. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can use this kind of formula naming called VLOOKUP with match. It's definitely going to help you a lot at many state. Whenever the situation is like this, you can always go for it. So please give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. I would help you.
सर तो ट्रिम फॉर्मूला सिर्फ स्पेस निकालता है या एनी अनवांटेड
नो
कैरेक्टर
नो नो अनवांटेड कैरेक्टर को निकाल नहीं पाएगा. इसका काम है सिर्फ स्पेस को निकालना.
ओके सर आई डोंट नो इफ यू गोइंग टू टेक दिस लेटर ऑन बट हम VLOOKUP और HLOOKUP एग्जैक्ट वैल्यू से देख रहे हैं. व्हाट इफ द वैल्यू इज नॉट एग्जैक्ट? Are we going to do that also?
Not exact के नहीं है तो कुछ नहीं है ऑप्शन ऐसा.
नहीं, जैसे कि ID4 कैप्स में नहीं छोटे में लिखा हुआ है तब भी.
Never. VLOOKUP is not case sensitive. I never told you that also. Is it the rule? जो 3 रूल हमने बनाए थे उसमें से तो प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होगा. अभी मैं यहाँ पे चेंज कर लेता हूँ. ID 004 में स्मॉल लेटर में लिख लेता हूँ. सपोज मान लो 004 आपने जो कहा ID 004 मैं अगर लिखता हूँ, इज इट गिविंग ए ट्रबल?
No.
तो फिर वो प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं आएगा.
ठीक है, but it has to be an exact match.
Obviously, वो तो होना ही चाहिए. अभी चीजें अगर एक साथ नहीं है तो फिर डेटा कैसे उठाएंगे? अगर हमारा पीओ नंबर मैच नहीं करता है, डीलर का कोड मैच नहीं करता है, एम्प्लॉय का कोड मैच नहीं करता है, तो फिर डेटा कैसे आएगा? मैच तो होना चाहिए.
ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू सर.
वेलकम.
Working, but then I have a question that
Please.
we used trim formula in this VLOOKUP formula. How did we identify, like we as a newcomers, how will we come to know that we should use the trim formula and not any other things, or that is where exactly the formula is going wrong? How do we identify that?
See, that's what I told you. You know how to write your VLOOKUP formula. That is clear.
Right.
You know how to write your match formula. That is also clear.
Right.
And I also checked you. You only asked me the question that what is the role, how to check the formula segment. I told you F9 you can use and check the each and every segment of the formula is giving the result or not. That also clear.
That's right.
So when all the 3 aspects are clear, your formula is absolutely correct. We got a confirmation?
Okay. Yes.
So definitely the other option left is our problem with the data.
Okay.
Now, what kind of problem, which bucket it is going to fall, that you can classify. So mostly the problem would be some unwanted characters or data may not be matching. So if data is not matching, definitely it will be giving NA. That is for sure. If data is matching, but still we are getting error, so might be unwanted space will be there. So this is how step by step you have to go for it. There is no predefined random case or standalone answer is for that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Now, one time this is the effort you have to do it one time. Suppose say you are downloading a customer report and you are finding this trouble and you are working for the first time. So like this trial and error, going for this, you got the answer finally that this report is always generating some unwanted space. Now, next time you don't need to go for the same amount of time. Blindly, you can go for trim formula. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So that's the solution. Yes, friends. So can I take that? Everybody is getting the answer. We look up with match combination. This is going to be a very powerful formula, people, and most of the cases you'll be using the most. So now I'll tell you just one thing you remember where I can use this VLOOKUP with match. This is where people get confused. And that's what I told you. Everything always comes out of practice only. So taking the live data, you have to keep practicing a lot. And in simple language, if you ask me, I can help you out. VLOOKUP with match comes into place when you have got more than one lookup value. If you have got more than one lookup value, suppose say two case, one you are looking for vertical, one you are looking for horizontal, then VLOOKUP with match, not VLOOKUP with HLOOKUP combination. It will never work. VLOOKUP with match. So something you are looking for vertical, something you are looking for horizontal, you can combine the same and get the result with VLOOKUP with match formula. Hope that is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now let's go
Sir.
to हाँ पूछे
नहीं कुछ नहीं.
क्या हुआ?
I was replying
Okay,
to what
okay,
you just
okay,
said.
okay, fine, fine. I thought if there is a question comes up. No problem. So chali, now let's go for our next sheet, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss now the logical formulas of Excel, how to use this. So whenever you go for again the templates and all those things, how to keep this formula ready, and then we can start working with it. Okay. इसका थोड़ा बहुत हमने छोटा सा नमूना देखा था in day 1. If you remember the business maths calculation where the data was of mixed type like positive, negative, both were there, and we have extracted with the if formula the positive ones. Able to recall? क्यों पूछ रहे हैं सर? डे 1 कब का खत्म हो गया, कल का बात आज याद नहीं रहता है, इतने दिन पुराना कौन याद रखेगा, है कि नहीं? याद रखना पड़ेगा. If you remember, this is what I told you, right people? So data was of mixed type. We have gone for if formula. We got the result. So same thing now we are going to do now in-depth discussion on the logical formulas of our Excel. So here, kindly stay focused for a minute. We have a score. We need to check if the person scores more than 50 or greater than 50. Results should be pass, else fail. If you want to get the result by using certain formulas or function in Excel, definitely we'll go for a if formula. So how it works, if formula, it demands me the logical test. So what is logical test? Taking the data, we have to go and check. Is it greater than 0? This entire setup is my logical test. And then, comma, as I told you, when you go for a test, you may get success, you may get failure also. So now the next immediate question it is asking, value if true. It means that if the test is success, then what should be the output? As per the question, result should be pass. So pass is our own text. We must go and define pass with two double inverted quotes. That is what we discussed. Now, value if false, what does it mean? If the test is a failure, then if the person is not pass, what is the ultimate answer? Fail. So fail is our own text. We must write within two double inverted quotes. So that is how we define the result. And the moment you go for this, we got the result as pass. So if I go and change the score over here, something less than 50, say 35, we got the answer as pass. If I go for over here, what I have defined, let me see. Okay, my formula is defined wrong. So we should have gone for 50, right? So if I go for less than 50 something, result is fail. If I go something more than 50 or greater than 50, so 65, it shows me pass. What if I define 50? Result kya hoga? Yes, people, if I go and define 50, what will be my result?
Pass.
लेकिन क्या दिया? Fail. So if suppose somebody is scoring 50, would you be so rude enough to declare him fail? No. So we have a heart, right? इतना मेहनत करके बंदे ने कोशिश किया, स्कोर लाया. Can we declare him fail? No. But our result is showing fail. So why it is showing fail? Because our formula is exactly greater than 50. So what we should define? Greater than equal to. So that makes our condition precise. If the person scores 50 or greater than 50, then result will be pass, else fail. So now see the result. We got it. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, we should go for kind of formulas and get the result. So simple if formula, how to write it, we got a clarity. Any questions on this? All right. Now, when you are going for logical formulas of Excel people, there are certain things we need to know. Whenever you are customizing your logic, there are certain operators we extensively use. What are they? Let me take you through. If you are using this kind of symbol, what do you call that? We call it as less than. Do you agree? Similarly, if you go for this, we'll call it as greater than. If you go for this, what do you call this? Less than what equal to? Less than or equal to, or less than and equal to?
And.
Check it out. Is it right? So technically, it's not less than and. It is or. Yes. Right? Less than and equal to, there will be different meaning. Once one value cannot be both. It may be either less than or less than, or it could be equal to. So that's why we have to give the condition. That is what it has been predefined, less than or equal to. Okay. Similarly, if you go for this, what do you call that? Greater than or equal to. If I need to check something called not equal to, कभी-कभी ये भी आएगा. So how to define that, people? Anybody? Simple. You have to combine both less than and greater than. So that will be making a precise condition. not equal to. Now, if I need to check something called equal to, so we know we can go for equal to. If I need to check something called equal to blank, so how will I check equal to blank? Simple. We can go for equal to blank. How to check? Sim two double inverted quotes is nothing but a blank cell. So we need to check like this. So this is how people you have to make use of this kind of operators whenever you go for your logical conditions. Okay. So I'm just copying and pasting in the chat box. You can also use the same in your notes or something. So hope this is clear. The conditions, the operators, how it is being used. Any doubt, any queries?
Sir, in less than or equal to column, if we return the equal to before the less than symbol, then its meaning is same or change?
No, it will change. You have to always follow this rhythm only. First less than, then equal to. Similarly, greater than equal to also first greater than, then equal to. All right. So now we are clear with this. Now we'll go for our next sentence. What is that? Suppose say we have got two newly joined persons in our department, A and B. There are two new people, new joinees in my department. My boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test? So I did that. And they have got their respective scores. A scored 50, B scored 90. And I'm just looking at the score. My boss came and passed an immediate statement. What is that? Score of A is greater than score of B. बॉस ने क्या कहा कि A का स्कोर B से ज्यादा है. So just check the scores. Is it true? Whatever the statement my boss has passed, is it a true statement? Score of A is greater than score of B?
No.
So answer is false. So whenever we are checking a statement, either it would be true or false. So if I say to my boss in front of his face, sir, whatever your statement you're passing, it's a wrong statement or false statement. So it may hurt his ego. I don't want to take that risk. I just want Excel to declare the result. Whatever my boss is passing a statement, is it a true statement or it's a false statement? Excel should throw the result. So in that case, again, our formula would be if taking the score greater than score of B. So score of A greater than score of B. This is what we need to check. And if it goes true, value if true, the statement status will be true. Else, if the statement status is not true, ultimate answer is false. So this is how we write a simple if formula and we get our result, isn't it? Again, a simple if formula, right? This is what our experts recommend us. कि ऐसा formula लिखो. But I don't recommend this. In this situation, I don't recommend this. And this is what I have also told you in our day one. Why I never prefer to go for if formula immediately, instantly. Can somebody recall that reason behind the same?
It takes a lot of space.
Very good. The more the if formula in any Excel file, the file size will be more. This is what I told you in day one also. Anyway, so this is the reason why I don't recommend in this case this kind of lengthy if formulas. So what is the replacement for the same? I will tell you. Suppose say any point of time over here you want to just get the answer. You don't need to go for a if formula. See the beauty. You can go for a simple operator equal to score of A greater than score of B. Simple. A simple arithmetical operator will be acting like a if formula and see the result. Now you tell me, option 1 is better or option 2 is better? Definitely. So this is how people you have to be alert, awake while designing the formulas wherever you are writing. So this is also you can use. Hope it is clear what we did. Any challenge or anything it's not clear, you have any queries, please feel free to ask. Yes, people, are we good? Can we proceed further?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once we have done with this, let us proceed to our next example. Is called nested if. It's a very beautiful one. So let's go for that. So here we have a score. You can see we have a score. Okay. And we need to check what's that? If the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If the person scores more than 25 but less than 25, less than 50, result should be grade C. If the person scores more than 50 but less than 75, result should be grade B. If the person scores more than 75, grade should be A. If that is the condition, then how to design the solution? So now if you look at our score, just manually check how much it is. 79. Okay, what should be the score? What should be the grade?
A.
So that should be the answer. We know that. But how to get that? Because we have got 100 people like this, 100 employees like this, and based on their scoring, we need to define the grade. So you know how to write your if formula. Now you tell me the answer.
सर बट इस फॉर्मूला में एक ही लॉजिकल टेस्ट होता है ना. दिस इज लाइक 4 डिफरेंट टेस्ट्स.
तो क्या करेंगे बोलिए.
वही आप हमें बता रहे हो ना.
हाँ मैं समझा, आप जो बोले मैंने सुना, मैंने समझा. तो फिर अभी उसका आंसर कैसे करेंगे? मैनुअली चेक करके करेंगे एक एक करके.
नहीं.
राइट. आप ही आंसर देते हो, आप ही मना करते हो, अभी क्या बोलूं मैं. Yes, people, can somebody help me? Vijaya, what's your opinion? What to be done? Okay. Fine then. So first of all, do you face such kind of situation or not in your routine activities? What's your belief? I want to know.
Yes.
So many times? Can somebody tell me one scenario from their workplace, from your own work domain? I'm not asking any other example. From your work domain, you can share one example. Anybody? Vitisha, क्या लगता है आपको?
नहीं सर, मेरे पास कोई एग्जांपल नहीं आ रहा है अभी ध्यान में.
ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया. Anybody else? चलो एक एग्जांपल मैं बताता हूँ. Quarterly performance data. Okay, calculation, quarterly calculation, Vijay is saying. Okay, I'll tell you very simple way. You all must be working in corporate. Some of one or two who as the freshers, maybe Yash, I would be having been doubtful, or Jay, they are not working so far. They're yet to be. Yash, am I right?
No. I've been working for 12 years now.
Okay, great then. So you must be getting salary, right?
Yes.
So when you are getting your salary, if you want to know what would be my income tax belt, which bucket of income tax I am going to fall, have you ever checked that? Whether I'm in 10% category or 20% category or 30% category, depending upon the salary. Whatever your CTC, whatever your Form 16 says, no need to go for any other example. Your own salary, that is the best fit for this example. So how will I know that? What would be my income tax I need to pay for the upcoming year? If I want to find out, there this formula is going to help you. Second thing, if I'm into the supply chain management, take an example, or I'm into sales or marketing, we get incentives. So incentives, it's not fixed. It is also having a category or bucket, like 0 to 500 tons. If you have sold this much of incentive, 501 to 1000 tons. If you have sold this much of thing, like that, there are various buckets or calculations, slabs, it is there. So that is called the perfect terms, you can say. When you have the variables in different slabs, how to compute your results, discount, incentives, income tax calculation, assessment scoring, scaling, anything you name it, you have to go for this kind of formulas. And that is what we call it as nested if. So here, if this is the situation, how to deal with? Think like a layman. No need to do extraordinary thought process over here. So what we can do, people, first of all, just check how many conditions we do have. Yes, people?
4.
4. So as such, we know to write a condition, we have to depend upon one if formula. So if you need to write 4 conditions, 4 if formula is required. As such, if I understand, I will be thinking like this only. Do you agree? So if I need to write 4 conditions in 4 different cells, I'll be working with 4 different if formulas. Do you agree?
Yes.
But here, what is the requirement? All these 4 conditions to be written in one cell, not 4 different cells, in one cell only. So whenever you write multiple if formulas, multiple conditions in one cell, you have to follow a rule. Rule says that total number of condition minus 1. So total number of condition is 4 minus 1. So total 3 if formulas I need to write, I must write. But how to write? We have to follow a rule again. So the rule says that there should be a proper logical flow of the conditions. Like either you can follow the ascending order or you can follow the descending order. Like we can start with fail, end up with grade A, or we can start from grade A, end up with fail. Whichever is there, no problem. But there should be a logical flow. So now we'll start working with it. So first condition is equal to, if 1 minute, just watch my screen, what I'm doing. Okay. मैंने कंडीशन बनाया, क्या पूछा फॉर्मूला, लॉजिकल टेस्ट, टेकिंग द स्कोर, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ टेस्ट, लेस देन 25. अगर ये सच हुआ, वैल्यू इफ ट्रू, आंसर क्या होगा? So fail is my text. I must define within 2 double inverted quotes. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. अभी फॉर्मूला क्या पूछा देखो, value if false. So if the formula is not true, if the formula is not success, there is a failure. So if the person is not fail, what is the ultimate answer?
Pass.
Pass. But we cannot define the pass over here within 2 double inverted quotes. So our problem starts there. If the person is not fail, ultimate result is pass. But which bucket it is going to fall? Whether grade C, grade B, or grade A. With the same rhythm, we need to write the formula. So we cannot close the formula over here. We need to write one more if formula over here. What it demands me, again the logical test. So logical test, where I need to apply on the score. What kind of test do I need to do? Here people consider greater than 25. This is the mistake they do. So as I told you, there should be a proper logical flow. So when I am defining less than 25 fail, my next logic also to be less than, but where 50. So that makes a precise condition more than 25, but less than 50. And if this is true over here, if this is true over here, then what should be the answer? That is my own text, comma. Then again formula is asking value if false. तो अगर बंदा ग्रेड सी में नहीं आ रहा है, नेक्स्ट पॉसिबल ग्रेड क्या है? बी भी हो सकता है, ए भी हो सकता है. सो अगेन वी नीड टू फॉलो द सेम रिदम. Next question for grade B. Start one more if formula. Logical test. Take the score. What should be the logic? Less than 75. If this is true, then what should be the grade? Obviously, grade B. Right? Now, what is the formula demanding? Value if false. Now, just imagine. If the person is not fail, neither falling in the category of grade C nor falling in the category of grade B, if none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
A.
So A is our own text. We must write within two double inverted quotes. So now just calculate how many if formulas we have written.
Three.
So as we discussed initially, total number of condition -1. So total 3 if formulas we have written. And all these if formulas, if you look at, it is open. So logically, formulas को क्या करना चाहिए?
3 brackets.
So 3 close brackets you must define. So that is how when you present it, this becomes your nested if. So whenever you need to write this kind of conditions, people, you should go for a logical flow of your formulas. And that's called your nested if. So please give it a try and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries?
सर जो आप लॉजिकल फ्लो बता रहे हो उसके कुछ एग्जांपल्स दीजिए ना. So are you saying कि अगर greater than है तो it has to be greater than in all ifs, I mean
Obviously.
other logics में.
अभी यही चीज मैंने आपको बताया कि अगर आप फेल से शुरू कर रहे हो, ग्रेड ए में खत्म कर रहे हो, ये हुआ एक लॉजिक. अगर आपको ग्रेड ए से शुरू करना है, फेल में खत्म करना है, तो भी आप कर सकते थे, लेकिन फॉर्मूला अलग होता. कैसे? वही फॉर्मूला यहाँ पे लेस देन की जगह मोर देन आता. 25 के बदले 75 होता और उसका रिजल्ट क्या होता? ग्रेड ए. ठीक है. तो नेक्स्ट लॉजिक आप क्या चेक करते? ग्रेटर देन 50. अगर ये सच है तो ये होता बी. तो नेक्स्ट क्या चेक करते? इफ दिस इज मोर देन 25 तो होता ग्रेड सी. और अगर ये कोई भी कंडीशन सही नहीं है तो रिजल्ट होता है यहाँ पे फेल. तो इस तरह से भी आप कर सकते हो.
सर इसमें हमने इक्वल टू कहीं नहीं डाला है.
हाँ, that's what I was waiting for. So you should go for greater than equal to 75A, greater than 50 equal to B, greater than equal to 25 should be C. देखा आप भी कितना स्मार्ट हो गए. देखा आप ही ने खुद आंसर कर दिया जहां पे गलती हो रही थी. Right. Welcome. So kindly check it out, people. It's working. Any difficulties in understanding? So taking the different scenarios, ये सब practice करो, बहुत जरूरी है. So Vijay, hope it is clear. Working for you also. Logics is clear. Okay. Right, people? Anybody having any questions or difficulties in understanding? Okay. So here now we are going to discuss over here another two logical formulas of our Excel, naming called and or. So sometimes this is also going to helpful in our routine activities for making our calculations even more better. So and or, it comes into picture whenever you want to check more than one condition. If it is there, you have to check these formulas with them. So what and does, if at all the conditions are satisfied, then only it will be giving you the answer as true. I repeat, for and formula, all the conditions are to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, it will be giving the formula false. Whereas in our case, it is just opposite. If any condition is satisfied, it will be giving the answer as true. So we'll go and check. It will be more clear when you go for a small example. Dekho. I'll go for my and formula. Taking the example of our example number 2, if you go for this over here, then greater than 30, we'll type, just type as it, we'll check that, don't worry. Now taking the score of B less than 60. So just type as it is, we'll check now. See, score of A 50 is there, correct? Is it greater than 30? If I ask you a question, score of A 50, is it greater than 30? Yes, no? So technically, answer is true. If I go for score of B 90, is it less than 60? Yes or no? Score of B, definitely no. So technically answer is false. So one is true, one is false. We are operating with and I told you, and purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, what would be the answer? False. We got it. So this is how people, whenever you check multiple conditions, if you are using and formula, all the conditions are to be satisfied, else the answer will be false. Check it out. Is it working? Now, same logic we are going to check with the OR formula so that it will be more clear. So same formula, only thing is we are going to change with OR. So score of A, 50. Is it greater than 30? Yes. Technically, answer is true. Score of B, 90. Is it less than 60? No. Technically, answer is false. But Excel is not going to bother about checking the second or subsequent conditions. Since the first condition itself, it is satisfied, answer will be true. So that's what our formula. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can make use of this and or formula and you can get your desired output. So if at all any questions are there, please do let me know so that I can help you. Yes, any questions from this nested if sheet? Whatever we discussed, is it clear? Okay. So with this, we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes, people. Okay. In my system, it is 4:33. I consider 4:35. Again, dot 4:45 p.m. We are going to resume our session. So have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss the rest. All right, friends, I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes, if you are there.
Yes, sir.
Well, so before break, we discussed about our logical formulas of our Excel, naming called if, nested if, and how to use these operators extensively over there in the logical formulas. We discussed that. Now we'll go for our next sheet. The name is called sum and count. So we are going to discuss some aggregate functions or formulas of our Microsoft Excel and how to make use of the same over there in our routine activities. We are going to discuss that. So we have got a data. You can see date of training is there and employee names are available, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon those employees. That list is also available. So total 5 different columns we have the data, and based on these columns of data we need to answer all these 6 questions. So here the first question, it asks me count occurrence of division HFD. If that is the case, then how to deal with and where to start. So first of all, in which column we have to deal with. So in division column, we need to find out wherever HFT is there. So that we have to make a count and get the result. So basically, we have to do a criteria based counting. So whenever we happen to do the criteria based counting, we have the formula called count if. What is that? Count if. Now, when I go for my Countif formula, what it demands me range. And as we discussed, in which column we have to deal with division. So we'll select the entire division. Okay. Now, what it asks me, comma, criteria. What's my criteria? HFD. There are two ways to define HFD. One, you can take the cell from the division column which carries HFD, or within two double inverted quotes, we can define HFD also. So whichever it is comfortable, you go for this, you got your result. So this is how we have understood that whenever criteria-based counting to be done, we can go for a formula called Countif. So just try and let me know. Are you getting the same answer? If it is done, Y for yes, please drop me a message.
Yes, sir, it's okay.
Okay. How about others? Got two confirmation? Now, once we have done with this, go for the second case. What it demands us, let's discuss. It is asking us that count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So in salary column, we need to check wherever it is less than 1,50,000 salaries there, we need to make a count how many times it is appearing. So again, criteria based counting to be done. So we have a formula, Countif. Then which range we have to deal with? Salary. Then what it asks me? Criteria. So what's the criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So here one thing you remember, whenever your criteria is mixed of the operators like less than, greater than, less than equal to, not equal to, such kind of operator mix is there, you must define within two double inverted quotes. So this is how you should write your condition, that is called criteria. The moment you hit enter, this is going to give the result. And this is again criteria based counting how to do. We got the result. So check it out. Right, people? All are getting the results. Okay. Now, some salary for division RAD. So basically, in division column, wherever RAD is there, corresponding salary, you have to make a total. So this is again criteria based sum to be done. So we have a formula ready-made available whose name is SumIF. So what it demands me? Range. So which range we have to deal with? The division first. Okay. Now what it asks me? Criteria. So criteria is RAD. I told you already how to define the criteria. So we should go for within two double inverted quotes RAD. Then next word, sum range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula? In the salary. So we define the salary. And immediately the moment you go for this, this is going to give me the result. So this is called, whenever you have a criteria based sum to be done, you can go for a formula called SumIF. So kindly check, are you getting the same answer? All right, now we'll go and discuss the question number 4, some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So in salary column, wherever it is more than 2 lakh cases are there, those cases, whatever the salary, we have to make a total of that. So what can be done in that case? Over here, we can go for our criteria based sum. So we'll go for SumIF again. Which range we will be working with? So salary. Criteria. What's the criteria? Above 2 lakhs. So within two double inverted quotes, we need to define 2 lakhs. Okay, comma. Sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula? Yes, people? Anybody? Because now you are ready to answer what we are filling in one by one element. If you go for this, it is asking sum range. So which range you will be applying the sum formula?
Same range.
Same salary?
Salary.
Right. So we can go and define just like this. But that is unwanted. Since our range and sum range is the same range, we no need to go and define or extend our formula length by giving the sum range one more time. So we can complete our formula with criteria itself and get our result. So this is how people, one technique you can always remember. As I told you, always keep your formula length minimum. So this is again the criteria based sum to be done any point of time. Sum if, how it is helpful, we have got a basic understanding. So give it a try. Any questions, please feel free to ask. So people, any kind of confusion, hesitation, or any kind of situation which is really putting you in dilemma, anything? All clear? Yes. Question number 4. Up to this, whatever we discussed, is it clear for everyone? Can I take that? Vijay is saying yes.
Yes, sir.
Sridhar is saying yes. Nikhil is saying yes. Hitaja is yes. Rutuja?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Great. Fine then. So Sanjay also, I believe he will be saying yes. Sure. Let's discuss something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. So here, you did not ask me a question. What is that? So how will I know, or Prabhas, how will I know that where to take the inputs and where to ignore it? Because you told something that when the range is same, I can ignore it and we get. So how will I take that call? Where the range or input to be ignored? How will I know that? This is supposed to be a question, but you did not ask me. So since I asked, now you tell me, how will I take a call? If I'm writing a formula, SumIF, yes, can somebody give me a helping hand in understanding the formula? See, friends, I'll tell you a simple logic. Any training you attend, learn in such a way you can teach someone. Trust me, 90% cases, things will be registered in your mind easily. You don't need to struggle for that. If you force yourself to remember, to by heart, or to go for according to the flow, and you will be more dependent upon that subject matter, time and again, you need to practice. Practice is essential, no doubt. But learn in this way. Trust me, this is going to help you. And this is how I have developed. So keep asking the questions. Now here, how will I know? I'll tell you. See, at the end of the day, all the formulas are logic based. Do you agree with me? In
Yes.
Excel, entire thing is purely based on the logics only. And that is the reason why a particular problem solution, we can find it out in various ways. So it's not like only one problem is there's a particular standalone solution. There are people have different logic and they are putting it across. Somewhere the logic is lengthy or somewhere the logic will be very crisp. That's the only difference. But output answer we receive. So here, one thing, being a professional, being an Excel user, you must know how this formula works. See, when you go for this formula over here, SumIF, what is the first input? No need to do anything. Just look at my screen. I'm explaining. Range. Range. If you look at the range text, is it containing any kind of double inverted quotes, square brackets, or any kind of other symbols are there in the beginning or in the end? It's a complete plain text, generic text, right? So whenever you are working with any formula, if it contains the plain text, it is mandatory. That input is mandatory. If you do not define that input, your formula is not going to be completed. This is how it works. Similarly, if I go for next input, what is that?
Criteria.
Is it containing any kind of symbols like our square brackets, double inverted quotes, or anything?
No, sir.
So this is also mandatory. When I go for the next input, what is that?
Sum range.
Do you see any kind of character in the beginning or end of the sum range text?
Which is a box square brackets.
So this input is optional. So even though we do not provide anything, the formula is self-sufficient to complete the needs. So this is how whenever you go for our VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP also, if you do not define 0, still you will be getting the answer. Understanding? By default, it will take all the time 0 only. So this is how formula are logical based. Okay. So going forward, whenever you are learning a new formula, how to understand, this is the way you have to read it. Now, having said this, now the moment you go for our question number 5, some salary more than 50,000 US dollar, but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So basically, first you tell me which column we need to deal with.
Salary.
Obviously. So what we need to do, criteria based sum to be done. But criteria here, more than one. So when you have more than one criteria based sum to be done, you got to go for a formula naming called SumIFS, IFS, SumIFS. Very powerful, but bit peculiar. You need to understand. So first 1 minute, watch my screen. What it demands me, some range. Which range I need to apply some formula in the salary, obviously. Next, what it asks me, criteria range 1. So now you tell me, what would be my criteria range 1? First of all, as we learned, is it mandatory or optional?
Mandatory.
Obviously. So which criteria, what will be our criteria range 1?
More than 5,000
Okay.
US dollars.
Good. Not 5,000, it's 50,000. Small correction. But
Oh,
here,
yes, 50.
yeah, 50,000 US dollar, as our friend just said that. If I take this over here, after criteria range 1, what it is demanding? Criteria 1.
Right.
So what I'm supposed to define there? So this is the place where people commit a mistake, I told you. So what is the mistake? What you believe as your criteria range 1, that is technically your criteria 1. So this is the criteria 1 where you are going to search. That is what it is demanding. So more than 50,000 US dollar, where you will be searching?
Salary.
So that is what your criteria range 1. Again, the salary. Okay, clear? Now, what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria 1. So as per the question, what is the first criteria? Yes.
More than 50,000 US
And I
dollars.
told you how to define more than 50,000.
Double inverted comma.
Absolutely.
Greater than 50,000.
That's it. So
Yes.
this is how criteria 1 we have defined. Now, what is the formula demanding?
Criteria range 2.
So here, this input is mandatory or optional?
Optional.
No. Look carefully, please. It's partial. Partial mandatory, partial optional. Can you see? Open square bracket is there, but closed square bracket is not there in range 2 once it is completed, right?
Okay, yes.
Right. So this input you can consider 50-50. Partially, if you go for range 2 alone, it is partial mandatory. But how it is completed, criteria range 2 is always depending upon criteria 2. Then only you can consider either optional or mandatory. So taking only one input, you cannot consider like that. So now it is asking criteria range 2. So as per our question, what is our second criteria? Less than 1,50,000. But where to search?
Salary.
Again. So we'll go and define that. And then when we'll come back, what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria 2. So what is our second criteria?
Less than 1,50,000.
So that we know how to define it. So one less than symbol, 1,50,000 numbers within 2 double quotation marks. And the moment we go for this, this is going to give us the result. Multiple criteria based sum, any point of time, if you happen to do, you have to go for a formula like this. So please give it a try and check. Are you getting the same answer? So if you have done with this, then please find out the solution for question number 6. And once you find out, let me know the answer. Well, people, you have got 2 minutes.
I applied that particular formula, but the sum result is different than yours.
Okay.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
SumIF D4 to D94. Okay, so what you did, first you take more than 50,000. Fine.
Right.
Then D4 to D94, again you have taken more than 2 lakhs. Whereas it's supposed to be less than 1 lakh 50.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Not where am I going?
No, less than
okay.
2 lakhs you have taken. Less than 1 lakh 50.
50,000. Yes.
Instead of 200, you should make it 150. Yeah. One more. That's fine.
Thank you.
Yep. Welcome. Well, friends, please find the answer for question number 6, since you know SumIF, Countif, SumIFs and all those things. So please find the answer for question number 6. Okay. So anybody has got the answer? Okay, this is the confirmation for the 5th example. Okay. Yes, people, any answer? What are you getting? 0?
सर एक मिनट ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
ठीक है कर लो.
0 आ रहा है. Yes.
So 0 means you are in the right track. No problem.
मुझे 0 नहीं आया।
ठीक है,
1
see those who are getting 0 please drop me a message in the chat box. अगर 0 आता है मतलब you are in the right track and whatever we have discussed in the earlier 4-5 examples, you are following the same method and you have understood also. That is giving a message to me if you are getting 0. If you are getting something else, then you are committing a mistake. Okay, so let us go and discuss that why we are getting 0. So we have to take SumIFs. I don't need to say the reason because more than one criteria based sum to be done. Okay, sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula? You got to say me now. Training expenses. Okay, done. Now what is that it is asking? Criteria range 1. So what is my criteria range 1?
Dates.
So date of training program. I take it. Fine. Now it is asking me criteria 1. So what is my criteria 1?
Should be from 1st of August 2019.
Right. So logically, what we need to do, we have to include the training happened on 1st August 2019 and above that, correct?
Yes.
We cannot ignore 1st August training. We have to include that also. So as I told you, we should go for greater than equal to within two double inverted quotes. The date format was only the trouble. So in our data, whatever the date format is there. So if you remember, we discussed two types of date format. One, DDMMYY. The other one, MMDDYY. So in which format it is there?
MMDDYY.
Right. So if your system shows MMDDYY, you need to follow the same. If my system shows the training date column in DDMMYY format, I will be following the same. So I'll go for 1st August 2019, comma. This demands me criteria range 2. So again, that will be the same date. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, when I go for the same date over here, comma, then it demands me criteria 2. So second criteria, whatever the training happened on 31st January 2020, before that only we have to take. So 31st Jan training also to be included, before 31st whatever that we have to define. So within two double inverted quotes, less than, again the same date format, less than equal to 31-Jan-2020. The moment I go for this, I'll be getting the answer. So here again, when there is a date related stuffs will be there, you have to be precisely giving the formula like this. So check it out. Is it working?
Nice, sir. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes.
Oh, एक सेकंड, आपको आंसर आया 84284
जी।
आप बोल रहे थे आंसर 0 होना चाहिए था।
मैं नहीं बोला 0 होना चाहिए था, जो लोग का 0 आता है दे आर इन द राइट ट्रैक।
ओके, मुझे अगर आंसर 84284 आया है, so is it right, is it wrong?
Yes, it's right.
So 84284 भी कैसे राइट हो सकता है? जिनका आंसर 0 आया वो भी राइट ट्रैक पे कैसे हो सकता है?
राइट ट्रैक में रहना, राइट होना दोनों अलग चीजें हैं हितिशा। देखो, अभी मैं सोर्स से शुरू किया, मेरा जर्नी डेस्टिनेशन तक पहुंचता हूँ। डेस्टिनेशन तक पहुंचने के लिए मेरे पास 3 ट्रैक है। एक है ट्रैफिक वाला, दूसरा बिना ट्रैफिक वाला लेकिन थोड़ा डिस्टेंस ज्यादा हो सकता है, और तीसरा थोड़ा कच्चा रास्ता है लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं पहुंच सकता हूँ टाइमिंग के हिसाब से। तो मैं कौन सा रास्ता लेता हूँ वो मेरे ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, लेकिन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मुझे डेस्टिनेशन तक पहुंचना है। ठीक है, तो मैं अगर ट्रैफिक में लेता हूँ मुझे प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। कैन आई प्रेडिक्ट कि मैं इतने टाइम पे पहुंच सकता हूँ ट्रैफिक जब तक क्लियर नहीं होता? नहीं पहुंच सकता,
Not really.
राइट। तो अगर मैं कच्चा रास्ता लिया, मैं गिर भी सकता हूँ, उसका भी कोई गारंटी नहीं है। लेकिन रास्ता अगर लंबा है थोड़ा, लेकिन ट्रैफिक नहीं है, मैं आराम से पहुंच सकता हूँ, इतना तो गारंटी दे सकता हूँ।
हाँ,
तो इसलिए ये तीनों ट्रैक से आपने कौन सा चूज किया, ठीक है, लंबा वाला, तो इसलिए मैंने कहा कि आप राइट ट्रैक में हो, लेकिन आप डेस्टिनेशन तक पहुंचे नहीं हो, राइट।
okay.
हाँ, तो डेस्टिनेशन है 84 to 84,
ठीक, thank
right,
you.
right. So taking some live data, people keep practicing about all these formulas, and whenever you are creating the dashboards and all, you will be needing all these formulas the most. So Yash, did you receive the answer?
Yes, sir. I got
Okay,
it.
great. Sridhar, how is your status? Vijay got it confirmed, very good. Rutuja?
Yes, then sir.
Great, great. Chalo dost. So I believe everybody is clear so far. Whatever we have done, kindly save all the files and close it. Now we are going to discuss in our sample case studies folder. The file name is called charts and graphs. So there is a file called chart text. Kindly open that. So
Sir, sorry,
yeah,
before you go there, can I ask a question?
हाँ पूछिए ना।
पहले वाले में अब ये जो हमने formulas किए SumIFs and SumIF वाले Countif, how will I know that the answer is, or how will I know that I'm going wrong?
Okay, good one, good one. I'm glad you asked. सेशन खत्म होने से पहले आपने पूछा, मुझे पसंद आया। चलो देखो, ये चीजें मुझे आंसर करनी है, ठीक है। मैं यही चीज को एक पिवोट में डालता हूं, ठीक है। तो ये बना नहीं पा रहा है, तो एक काम करते हैं, मैं यही चीज को ले लेता हूं एक दूसरे शीट में। चलो, अभी हमको क्या ढूंढना था, कौन सा आपको तसल्ली करना है, बोलो। ये समिप्स वाला,
हाँ, SumIFs वाले।
चलो बहुत बढ़िया। आंसर
Am I right?
हाँ, आंसर 84 to 84 आना चाहिए, करेक्ट।
Okay.
हाँ, तो द बेस्ट ऑप्शन, अभी देखो, हमको डेट में काम करना है, तो डेट में मैंने एक फिल्टर लगाया, ठीक है। तो फिल्टर लगा के मुझे यहाँ पे मिलता है डेट फिल्टर। डेट फिल्टर में यहाँ पे मिलता है बिटवीन। तो बिटवीन में मैंने शुरुआत की, व्हाट इज दैट, बॉटम लाइन, बॉटम पॉइंट 1 अगस्त 29, ठीक है। तो 1 अगस्त 2019 मैंने दिया। उससे पहले कब का था, एंड प्रोडक्ट कब का था, 31 जैन 2020, करेक्ट।
31st Jan.
हाँ, 31 जैन 2020, ठीक है। तो मैंने दिया। सो यहाँ पे देखो इनपुट क्या है, डेट ऑफ ट्रेनिंग इज आफ्टर और इक्वल टू। तो मतलब इक्वल टू भी है और उसके बाद का है, इज बिफोर और इक्वल टू, मतलब 31 जैन का है और उससे पहले का है। द मोमेंट आई गो फॉर दिस विल बी गिविंग मी ऑल द ट्रेनिंग एक्सपेंसेस फिल्टर्ड ओवर हियर, ठीक है। तो जब मैं इसको सिलेक्ट करता हूं, इज इट गिविंग मी द सेम आंसर, देखो 84 to 84 मिल रहा है। तो ये हुआ इसको तसल्ली करना, ठीक है। अभी उससे पहले अगर मैं डेटा को जाता हूं कि सम सैलरी अबव 2 lakhs, तो यहाँ पे भी सैलरी में जाके एक फिल्टर लगा के मोर देन 2 lakhs आप दे सकते हो। सम सैलरी मोर देन 50,000 लेस देन 1,50,000, वहां पे भी फिल्टर लगा के देख सकते हो। फिर नहीं तो आपको रेडीमेड देखना है, तो यहाँ पे सैलरी रखो, और यहाँ पे जो आपका डिवीजन है, सपोज मान लो मैंने डिवीजन को रख लिया, कहाँ पे, रोज में, तो डिवीजन का डेटा आ गया। तो अभी मुझे देखना है कि HFD का कितना केसेस है, तो मैंने सिर्फ यहाँ पे गया HFD सिलेक्ट किया, तो ये कितना मिला मुझे, सम मिलता है। तो इसको मैंने फिर से लेके सैलरी को लेकर रख दिया, और एक को बना दिया काउंट, वैल्यू फील्ड सेटिंग्स, एक को बना दिया काउंट। तो कितना है, 28 आ रहा है। तो ये भी एक तरीका हो गया। तो यहाँ पे आपको बार बार वही चीज में देखना है, यहाँ पे रेडीमेड रिजल्ट भी मिल जाता है। तो इस तरह से मल्टीपल पीवोट करके भी आप उसका तसल्ली कर सकते हो। तो दोनों तरीका सही है, कोई गलत नहीं। ठीक है।
ओके सर।
या चलो अभी हम आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ पे। Going to chart text. So when you go for this chart text file, people, you will be finding you got your cover page. The next immediate sheet is quick chart. ठीक है, तो चलिए यहाँ पे कुछ डिस्कशन करते हैं। The moment we go for this, suppose say take an example, my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire revenue report. So whatever the products we have sold to our customer, based on that, how much is the revenue? I want to see a report. So what I did, I opened all my Excel files, month-wise, product-wise, whatever the Excel files I had created. I opened everything, and this is the final summary I have made it. All clear up to this? Now, what we have prepared, anybody can do that. Now, my boss is saying that, Prabhas, why don't you plot this data in a graphical format? Okay. So if I want to plot this data in a graphical format, kindly keep your cursor anywhere in the data and select Control A. On your keyboard, press Alt F1. So when you press Alt F1, you will be finding immediately a chart will be ready. Check it out, please. Alt F1. If F1 is not a direct key, use function Alt F1. Are you getting the same? With a simple keyboard shortcut, we are getting our chart ready. But my boss is not happy. What he's telling me, Prabhas, this chart is okay, but it is occupying in the same place where the data is there. It is not so bigger in size, not neat and clean, not presentable. So why don't you do something? Why don't you plot a chart in such a way when I'm going to present it to the people in the meeting, there should be only the charts. No data should be there. It should be bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable. So if that is the demand, how to present it? See the beauty. Again, I will select my data on the keyboard. Just press the key alone, F11 only. And immediately you will be getting an exclusive chart sheet will be generated, and no data over here, bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable. If it is not your direct key, use function with F11 key and you'll be getting the chart sheet exclusively. So these are the two quick keyboard shortcuts to plot a graph out of any data over there. So both the keyboard shortcuts, is it working? Alt F1 to plot the graph in a same worksheet, F11 to create an exclusive chart sheet. Chali. Now go to our quick chart sheet, people. Come back to the quick chart sheet. Okay. And there, take the chart and align next to the data. So now we are going to see how to make our chart presentation better. If you remember, yesterday when we were discussing the pivot table, we discussed about pivot chart also. And there I told you the first thing first, whenever you have the chart in place, what is the first thing to be done? Can somebody recall that? इसका मतलब कल का रिकॉर्डिंग आपने देखा नहीं।
डिजाइन करना है उसका,
हाँ,
the last one.
Very good. Very good. So going to design or chart design, and in the styles, take the last one. So when you take the last one, that's the reason I told you, compared to all the rest of versions or previous version of your chart, it will be giving some kind of glossy impact, some kind of shadow impact or intense effect. And when you go for this, this is ready. Next, what was the step 2 we discussed yesterday?
Click on plus.
Very good. How to remove the grid lines? Select your chart. Towards your right side or left side, you'll be getting this kind of plus symbol depending upon the space of your monitor. And if you click that plus symbol, there is an option called grid lines. You can deactivate it. So these are the steps first you need to do, then you talk about the rest. So minimum formatting is done. And when I'm presenting all these things, my boss is saying, Prabhas, this is fine, but all these products are seeming identical. Why don't you differentiate the products based on the colors? So if I need to do the same, what I need to do, let's see. I will take my mouse pointer to any of the columns inside the chart area and right click upon the same. There is a option turns up naming called format data series. And when I go for format data series, you will be finding a dialog box appears on the right side where a column, sorry, one icon is there, naming called fill and line, like a paint box, one icon is there. If you go for that, it will be turning up with one fill button. In this fill, if you navigate, there is an option called vary colors by point. So this checkbox you can activate and immediately you'll be finding a multi-color effect immediately turns up. So please confirm you got the same. Any column, just right click, format data series options will turn up. Go for the first icon. Within that fill is there. Within that vary colors by point. Right? Everybody is getting the same.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So now, what happened? Why it has gone small? Okay. Now, once we have made it over here, what we have prepared, people, no doubt it looks colorful, so elegant, but people don't like such kind of charts. What they want to see is the latest style, what it speaks, we're going to discuss. If you see the charts, definitely it is demanding there should be some data labels. So if you want to make your chart more informative, right click on any column and go for add data labels. So each and every column wise in the top section, you will be finding the respective values are embedded. And being a user, whenever you are presenting your data labels, ensure that this is readable by the audience. So select one of the data label, you will be finding all the data labels are in selection. Now, make it bold, Control B. If necessary, increase the font size a bit by 1 or 2 or 2 to 3 points. So how to increase the font size? You can go for a simple keyboard shortcut, Control, Shift, and the greater than symbol to increase the font size. Check it out. Similarly, to decrease the font size, Control, Shift, less than symbol. Same thing works for your MS Word, MS PowerPoint, MS Outlook as well to increase or decrease the font size.
Works only in chart.
Yes, in chart.
Okay.
In chart or shapes or text box, if you create in Excel, it will work only, not in the cells.
Okay.
Now, once we have done with this, the latest style of data presentation, it says that if you maintain your data labels, then there is no point of having axis scale. And if you're maintaining axis scale, then there is no point of defining the data labels. But if you look at the data by keeping yourself in the audience shoes, which one looks more informative? Which one is giving the instant information, data label or axis scale?
Labels.
Definitely. So what should be the treatment for your axis scale? Just select your axis scale. Don't delete it. Don't remove it. Just select and decrease the font size. So keep hitting Control, Shift and less than key and automatically it will turn into a marker. Okay.
Okay.
Now, once we have done with this over here, next, the chart title, if you look at, it is in center. So having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, if you see the chart title, people prefer to see in the right side. So if you see the Economic Times newspaper, or if you're visiting the money control sites, or if you see the big four firms presentations, or Bain and Company, or McKinsey and Co, you'll be finding the chart title always appears on the right side. Okay. Now, once you have created the chart in this format and doing this, all these necessary styles, bringing up the format, no doubt, but people still do not prefer to see such kind of information. Why? Because nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. That's what I told you in day 2 also, day 3 as well, and day 1 as well. What is that? The moment you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. What audience is expecting? You should present your data in such a way, it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So, how to make your data efficient enough to tell the story? Let's go for it. Select your data over here and go for data sorting, Alt DS, or right click sort, custom sort, whichever it is comfortable, go for it. And there, sort by, you go for sales in USD. And then order, you choose largest to smallest. And when you click OK, you will be getting a beautiful story turned up. What is that? That anybody, whoever is watching my data, he can make out. From cocoa powder, we got the maximum revenue. And from custard powder, we got the least revenue. So any layman is also sitting in the audience side, he can make out what is what. So this is how people, we have understood whenever there is a need, how to create a chart, having all the necessary elements in place, presenting the data with necessary formattings, and having the necessary arrangements of data and bringing up the latest style, and finally presenting the data in a storytelling format. Any doubt, any queries in quick chart sheet?
Sir, I missed the part जहाँ पे आपने वो कोको पाउडर और स्वीट कॉर्न लिखा हुआ है, वो आपने जब अरेंज किया.
हाँ, तो डेटा को सिलेक्ट करो, सिलेक्ट करके
नहीं इन द चार्ट फॉर्मेटिंग में बोल रही हूँ.
हाँ,
मेरे इसमें इट इज शोइंग इन अ वर्टिकल लाइन, आपके इसमें 2 लाइन में बता रहा है ना.
ऐसे आ रहा है ना आपको?
हाँ,
that is what I have extended the chart a bit, तो ताकि ये ठीक से बैठ के दिखा मुझे.
thank you.
Right. Yes, people, any other questions from our quick chart sheet? Anybody?
Sir, if I have to compare with some particular target, so how can we show?
We'll see that. That is coming up. Budget versus actuals, target versus actuals. It is coming up. Don't worry. Sure. So consider that quick chart is everybody clear. Now I'll proceed to combo chart. So combo chart, what is the role of this and why it is to be created? We are going to discuss. Dekho. We have got month-wise sales data, INR. Okay. Next column is the contribution. If it is not clear, I'm changing the terminology, making this over here sales percentage. You can make it very simple. So monthly sales are there, and sales also we have presented the data in percentage. Okay. Now select your data and plot a graph. What is the shortcut?
F1.
Chalo. Let's go for Alt F1, and we got our data plotted in the format of a chart. Now the thing is, as I told you, first thing first, what to be done? Going to design or chart design, take the which style? Last. Always remember that. Then step 2, follow the same rhythm, plus symbol in the chart. If you select and plus symbol will appear, and reactivate the grid lines. So once you do all these things, then we discuss the rest. So please confirm everybody has got the minimum formatting ready.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, kindly stay focused for 1 minute on my screen. See, chart we have prepared, no doubt. Here, the legend, if you see sales data INR, it is showing, and this is what my sales INR in column chart. Legend also shows sales in percentage, but where is the data? Are you getting anywhere? It is there, but it is sitting in the extreme bottom in the axis. Can you see that? Some kind of patches it is showing adjacent to the columns. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. So this kind of chart we cannot present and showcase our story over there. Okay. Now, so as I told you, this data is not enough to showcase the result. And why this kind of problems are appearing? Our sales in percentage data, it is not showing properly. Why it is like this? I will tell you. See, our sales data is running in numbers. It is in number format, but sales percentage, it's there in percentage format. So these are two different formats and cannot be combined in one axis and present the details. That is the reason why it is the problem. So what we need to do, we need to create one more axis in the right side, naming Z or Z axis, or we can call it as a secondary axis, or in technical terms, we call it as a combo chart. So now our sales data, whatever it is there, we are going to present it in this axis over here. And that is going to be our combo chart. So why combo chart is essential? We got a theoretical understanding. But how to create it? Let's go for a discussion. So in our data, if you look at the chart is ready, no doubt, right click on the chart area. We have an option, change chart type. When you click that, it will take you to your entire chart family in a dialog box where there is an option called combo. And in this combo option, you will be finding the sales data. It is showing clustered column. Let it be, no need to do any changes. Sales percentage, it is showing line. So instead of line, go for the drop down and choose line with markers. Line with markers. So from the line category, fourth option, line with markers. And there is a secondary axis checkbox is also there, which is yet to be selected. So kindly select that also. And can you see immediately one axis is created in the right side, in the preview box you can see. And once you click OK, you got your chart ready. So this is how people, when you create your chart, having one more axis to the right side, that will call as a combo chart. And this will be very, very helpful whenever you have got multiple columns data to be populated in one single plot. So it is very difficult to convey the message. So you can decide some series you can retain in the primary axis, some columns data you can retain in secondary axis, and data will be informative, chart will be more informative, it will not be diluted, people will be able to get the message properly. So that's what our combo chart. Hope this is clear, working for everyone. Any doubt, any queries?
Yeah, I was trying to change the color of those bars, but then I didn't get that option. Maybe I've missed something.
No, you will not get that because these are
Acha.
two parallel formattings. This is a combo
Okay.
chart. It is the combination of two different chart types. So that's why you will never have the colorful options. So you can have either the colors or you can have this kind of chart.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. All right, people. So I believe combo chart is clear. Any doubt, any queries from anybody? Fine then. So considering the combo chart clear, we'll go for budget versus actuals, or target versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. So this is one of the most demanded chart type in our routine activities. Every month end, quarter end, or half yearly, yearly, we have to create such kind of charts. So let's see that how to do it with no time. So this is what the yellow colored cells I'm deleting. That is the sales data for the information I had created. So month wise, what is the target? Monthly target is of 3,800 USD INR in lakhs, or 3,800 quantities, anything you name it, no problem. And how much actual we have produced, or we have sold, we have made the revenue, whatever you name it. Now this data I have to present it. Okay, I can select my data, plot my graph. What is the shortcut? Alt F1. Okay, first thing first, what is that? Going to design, take the last tile, then remove the grid lines. So this is nothing new we are doing. What we have already done, the same thing we are following. Now we need to discuss what we need to do after doing the necessary formattings or minimum formattings is right click on the chart area, then go for change chart type. You will be getting combo. Target. What type of chart it is showing on your screen? Confirm anybody?
Clustered.
Right. So here, target data, any point of time, it looks good when you have in the line format. So go for clustered column drop down. Instead of that, change it to line with markers. Line with markers. And the moment you change line with markers over here, then next actuals, it is showing line. Instead of line, go for the drop down and choose from the extreme top column section, the very first one. Okay. So there, cluster column. And now you don't need to do anything with regard to secondary axis. Since my volume for both the cases, it is in number format. So I no need to depend upon any secondary axis. Now, when I go and click OK, with immediate effect, you can see we have got target versus actual. So people can read the legends and they can make out. So whichever the months the columns are exceeding the target, that you can see the actuals are more than the target. Simple.
Yes.
Sorry, question.
हाँ पूछिए.
जब मैं पूरा टेबल सिलेक्ट करती हूँ और F1 Alt F1 करती हूँ, तो जैसे आपके चार्ट में नीचे एक्चुअल्स और टारगेट दिखा रहा है, मेरे इसमें it's taking sales.
राइट. क्योंकि आपने ये भी सिलेक्ट कर दिया, तो मैंने क्या कहा, सिर्फ तीनों कॉलम को सिलेक्ट करो, फिर Alt F1 करो. राइट.
तब मुझे पूरा वापस से करना पड़ेगा और इस तरह
हाँ, that's a good question. आपने पहले पूछा नहीं, इसलिए मैं चुप रह गया. तो चलिए अभी अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करें. यस. तो कभी भी गलती से अनवांटेड डेटा अगर चार्ट के अंदर सिलेक्शन होके आ जाते हैं, देन सिलेक्ट योर चार्ट, राइट क्लिक करो, एडिट डेटा, सिलेक्ट डेटा, ऐसा कुछ ऑप्शन मिलेगा.
सिलेक्ट डेटा.
चलो ठीक है. कहाँ से डेटा सिलेक्ट कर रहा है? B2 से. ऊपर देख रहे हैं चार्ट डेटा रेंज, B2 दिखा रहा है. वहां पे कुछ मत करो, वो रेंज के अंदर बॉक्स जो है दिखा रहा है, बॉक्स के ऊपर देखो. हाँ, उसमें जहां पे B2 है, B2 है, उसको B3 करो. और ओके कर लो बस. Ready.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. चलो. So budget versus actuals, target versus actuals वो हमने देखा. Now we'll go for one more thing. Just stay focused. See, this kind of chart is recurring in nature. Every month end you have to, or quarter end, every quarter end you have to present it. Suppose say you have already presented something like this to the people. Next time when you go and present it by just changing the data, do you think that audience is going to be happy? No, because they have already seen during the last meeting. So how to make it different? How to give a different flavor to the audience? I'll tell you. You don't need to go for some extraordinary task over here. Just the same chart. I will copy this. I will keep it in the bottom. Okay. And there, I will keep my cursor next to the data and I will paste it. So I am creating a duplicate object of the chart. So you can select copy and paste, or you can go for Control D also to create a duplicate. And this is what I have presented during the last month. Okay. Now this month, when I'm going to present it, just by changing the data, how to make it different? See the beauty? 1 minute first, watch my screen. Right click on the chart area. I will go for change chart type. And there, same combo is there. Target, it is showing line with markers, isn't it? Again, actuals, I will go for, instead of clustered column, that also I will be changing to line with markers. This is the only thing I have to do. And when I click OK, see the beauty? So sometimes we can show like this, sometimes we can show like this. So people have got something to different to see, right? Jada efforts nahi, within limited scope, within the limited time, how to make it different. So both are target versus actuals, or budget versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. So give it a try, check it out. Are you getting the similar formatting or layout? All right, so now budget versus actuals is ready. Now we'll go for our next chart type over here. So friends, there's a small declaration I have to make right now is we have to extend our timeline of this session by another 15 minutes. Is that okay? Can you manage?
Yes.
Okay. So let us go for our next chart type is naming called waterfall. So this is a very beautiful chart, which is hotcake in the market and people demands for this. Some people name it as staircase chart. Some people call it as a bridge chart, but technically this is called waterfall chart. And this chart option is available only if you are there in 2016 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier it was not there. Okay. So I'll take you through where exactly we can use this. So whenever you have some negative and positive variance analysis, like take an example, we are working with our sales data or revenue data or consumption stores, production, or in our any other data where both the things are involved, or you are showing the growth, degrowth, and all those things. In that case, you have to use this. Say your employees attrition rate. If you talk about new joinees are there, exit employees are there, you have to showcase that. Or the other way, the moment you are going for your sequential activity of a particular action or series of action is there for a particular object, you can also use that over there in the waterfall. So we'll go for a small example. See, suppose say I want to launch a new product and I have purchased the raw material of 50,000 and I have incurred a labor cost of 1 lakh. Okay. Then when I brought this material and processed in my plant, I incurred a rupees of 2 lakh rupees cost over there. So total how much cost we have incurred? Suppose somebody asked me, what will be my answer? $50,000 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs, correct? So total 3,50,000. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, when I import the raw material, my government is giving some input credit or tax benefits, or you can say it's a cashback in the literal language, we can say, or layman terms. So when I'm receiving 25,000 rupees cash or benefit or from the government, so I'll be definitely settle the same in my entire expenses. So 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000. So total 3 lakh 25,000 expenses I have incurred. Now suppose say as a company CEO, I want to see the entire volume in the larger picture. So what I will say, okay, for this project, I have incurred cost of 3 lakh 25,000. Now, suppose I want to do the analysis on the same. I want to know each and every stage wise or action wise how much cost I have incurred. Then I have to go through the entire story one by one row item. So this is a tabular data I have prepared, but people are not happy watching the same. So how to present it effectively in terms of a graphical format so that it will be giving me the instant information. So people no need to follow this table. So in that case, just say if I select my data, I plot a graph. What is the shortcut? Alt F1. No doubt a chart is coming up, but do you believe that in this chart, is there any relationship between material to labor, labor to overhead, over to tax credit? Is there any relationship you find? It is just seeming individual line item wise, some series wise data it is populating. But do you establish any kind of connectivity or linkage between the activities over here?
No.
So this is the reason why this kind of chart is not going to help me. So right selection of the chart depending upon the data is also very, very essential for us. So in this case, what we can do, right click on the chart area. I will go for change chart type. And there you can see a category called waterfall. Okay. So as I said you, this is available only in place of 2016 and above, not earlier there. I'll select waterfall and I'll click OK. So can you see with immediate effect, the chart structure is going to be changed and how it is different, I'll tell you. As I told you, it is showing the connectivity lines from one to material to labor, labor to overhead, and overhead to your tax credit. So that's why people call it as a bridge chart because this is having the connectivity lines. And if you'll see, it looks like a staircase diagram also, right? So that's why people call it as a staircase chart, but technically this is waterfall. Okay. Now, though we have created as a waterfall chart, but technically this is not ready for presentation. Why? Just look at our table. How many activities we have? Are you sure?
Four activities.
4 activities. What?
So total cost is the summation of above values, but technically there are 4 activities. But if you look at your chart, it shows 5. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. And that is the reason why this is not ready as a waterfall. So what you need to do, we'll select total cost. Okay. Now entire total cost, along with that, all the rest of series is also selected. You can notice. I will select total cost one more time. Now only total cost is in selection. The rest of things, it is now grayed out. Now I'll go for right click on total cost. I'll be getting one option, set as total. If I go for this option over here, immediately my total cost, which was showing exactly moving up, now it is going to towards down. So now this is ready for as a waterfall chart. Just see. Right? So what is the story? How people are going to read this? So anybody, whoever is watching the data, suppose I want to present my information, right click on any of the activity column, add data labels. So now if you see over here, when my activity starts material, I started spending the expenditure on the material purchase. It is of 50,000. Is it touching the line of 50,000? Yes. Now, labor cost comes into picture only after completion of material cost. So, is it touching the axis anywhere? Whether the labor, is it touching the axis anywhere? No. So, it's a simple message. So, labor cost comes into picture only if you complete the activity number 1, activity 2 starts. And when I go and compile this to consolidate, is it touching the 1,50,000 line? So 50 plus 1 lakh, 1,50,000. Similarly, when I go for incurring 2 lakh labor or overhead cost over here, so 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakh, is it touching the line of 3,50,000? Yes. So if I want to analyze the entire report one by one activity wise, this is giving the details. And as a company CEO or management or key managerial person, I want to see what is the total expenses incurred in that project. I can directly look into the total cost column. I no need to go for reading this table or going to any other activity. Here itself, it is giving me the entire picture. So this is how people waterfall chart will be very, very helpful when you have this kind of status or stage or multiple activity or sequential activity or a story. If you want to build up over here in this format, you can do it. So mostly when you have project related activities and all, people prefer to see the Gantt chart. So this is all the other format of chart you can present it if the action is started and completed. Hope it is clear. Any doubt, any queries? Yes, people. Is it working?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Anybody is having any doubt? Fine. Now we are going to discuss the next chart type is called pie chart. So sometimes we need to present our data in the format of a pie chart. And if there is a need, how to present our information in a pie chart, adding more information over there and how to present it effectively and how to present our data in a storytelling format, we are going to discuss. See, we have got month-wise sales data, no doubt. Select the same, go to insert. In the chart section, you have an option called pie. Insert. In the chart section, you have an option called pie. And in that, when you navigate, the first option is called 2D pie. You can select it. And immediately the chart will be ready. Then, as I told you, when you have the chart in place, what is the first thing we should do?
Design.
So going to chart design and take the last style. Then there is no grid lines over here, but there is a unwanted legend is created in the bottoms. You can see. So that is unwanted. You can select and delete. Press the delete button from the keyboard. Now, to add more information in the pie chart, just right click on the pie chart in any of the pie and go for add data labels. So you'll be seeing that the data labels somewhere inside the pie and some are outside the pie, or maybe entire things will be inside the pie, could be the case, depends. But ideally, how it does look good over here, if you look at, if the data labels are outside of the pie area, that looks elegant, that looks good, isn't it? So what you can do, select one of the data label, all the data labels would be in selection. Right click upon the same, you will be finding a option, format data labels. Format data labels. And when you go for format data labels, you'll be finding a dialog box appears. And in that dialog box, label position by default, it shows as best fit. So what you need to do, outside end, the first change from best fit to outside end. As I told you, whenever you have the data labels, ensure this is readable by the audience. So first thing, make it bold. Increase the font size by 1 or 2 points if necessary. How to increase? Control Shift rather than symbol. Next, at any point of time in pie chart, the data labels cannot be ever expressed in numbers. How it is supposed to be? In pie chart, how we present our data labels, in which format? In the percentage format. So here in the same dialog box, you see there is a percentage checkbox is available that we need to select. So automatically my data will be having the percentage as a data label, but numbers are not playing any role. So I can remove the values. So exactly above to the percentage value can be deactivated. But mere having the percentage data as data labels, again, it leads to a lot of questions in the audience mind. So before they ask, why don't you provide that information? That 8% pertain to which month, 15% pertain to which month? Before they ask, provide them. How? There is a category name checkbox is there just above to the value. Checkbox you activate. So you'll be having all the data labels contains now along with the month details. But it is not giving such a great look since it is appearing in two different lines. So what we can do, there is a separator box over here you can see, and towards your right side there is a drop down as well. So go to the drop down and choose option called space, and automatically it will be transforming to one line and it will be looking good. So what we did exactly, let me just have a quick recap. We have gone for our best fit to outside end. Second thing we did the change is about our percentage to be activated. Third thing we just changed the value option deactivated. Fourth change, category name is activated. Fifth change is the separator over here. We have gone to the drop down and choose the option over here called space. So these are the changes we did. Now, once we do the same over here, our pie chart is ready. Hope you got that, everybody. Any questions?
No.
Now, though we have made all these things, all these changes, people, but still, one thing, as I told you, always remember, if you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. So what audience is expecting? Present your data in such a way, it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So now how to present our pie chart in a storytelling format, let's have a discussion. See, whenever you prepare a pie chart, first identify the maximum percentage contained which pie. So the pie which is containing your maximum percentage, first identify. So in our case, which month we have got the maximum percentage? May month. That should be always aligned to the top left corner in this format. Like in one line, if I want to say where November month pie is displaying, actually technically May month pie should be there. This is what the latest style or the best industrial practices. Okay, so how to get that over there? Of course, we need to rotate the pie. So how to rotate the pie? Just see. So to rotate the pie, just have a look on my screen for 1 minute. I will right click anywhere in this pie chart, anywhere in the pies, any of the pies, format data series. There we will be getting this kind of window box, format data series, and there angle of first slice, one marker is there, one bar is there. So in that bar, if I slide this marker, automatically my pie chart will start rotating. Can you see? So I have to take it in such a way. My May month, exactly as we are expecting, it should be facing to top left corner. So I'll go for somewhere around 130, 130, I guess that will be more better. Right. So when I go for this, immediately, this is going to facing to the top left corner, right? So this is how I can adjust. I can rotate my pie, no problem. I can close this window. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select any of the pie. All the pie chart will be selected. The entire pie will be selected. I will select one more time on the May month pie. So only May month pie would be in selection, you can see. And then the moment when you go for over here, you order pizza from the Pizza Hut or Domino's anywhere, or you go to that outlet and you take a slice. How do you take? You take the slice out, holding that same. Similarly, you hold that pie and take it bit out. So this will be turning out to be a beautiful story. From the entire year, during the month of May, we got the maximum revenue. Anybody, whoever is sitting in the audience side, they can make out the story. So this is how you have to present your data in the format of pie chart effectively any point of time. So just check it out. Is it working?
Yes.
So how to present our data in the format of a pie chart? We are clear with that. Now, the next chart type is just for a information. Here we're not going to work out anything. So what is that information I would like to pass on is nowadays you will be seeing your American or your European counterpart, if they are sending the data to you, sometimes you will be coming across this kind of chart, naming called benchmark. There is no such kind of chart type called benchmark. In our chart family, you will not be finding such kind of things like waterfall, bar, line, column, pie. We do not have such kind of name called benchmark chart. This is nothing but the other version of our target versus actuals or budget versus actuals or planned versus actuals. So whenever you come across, this kind of chart is created. It is coined, the term. There is no such kind of chart exactly. Now, coming to the next, automatic chart. So here, what do you mean by automatic chart? Is it something I'll be looking at the data, commanding to Excel to plot a graph, and it will respond to my voice? No. Such kind of artificial intelligence, it has not come so far. Maybe Microsoft may come up within the 2 years, because nowadays everybody talks about AI and ML. So it could be the case. So here automatic chart is, we'll be presenting our data only once in such a way that whenever we go and update our records, the chart will be plotted accordingly. We don't need to go and keep on working on the same. So what is that exactly I'm talking? Let's go and discuss. We have Jan to December data. So kindly select March to December and delete. Numbers will be changing. Don't worry, don't bother about that. That is because of the formula called rand between. So everyone is having a different number. Don't be panic for that. Now, once we have done, just stay focused for a minute. I have got Jan and Feb. I am plotting a graph. Graph is plotted. Now tomorrow, when I complete my business for the month of March, just see my screen, no need to do anything. And I plot my data. Do I get my March month data populated inside the chart? No. So what I do, I select my chart, then only I realize, okay, my March data is not inside the range. So what I do, I just take my mouse pointer or cursor, I slightly drag it down like this. Then only it appears in the chart area. Now, this is absolutely fine what you're doing, nothing wrong, but this action is recurring in nature. Every time, whenever we complete a business for the month, I have to enhance the range. Now, you can ask me a question to us why it is required. We can go for something like this and present our information. Do you think that this is going to be an ideal way of presenting the data? It is going to leave a question mark to the audience. Why this section is completely blank? Can I explain that? Okay, sir, we are yet to complete the business year or calendar year or financial year. That's why it is not coming up. So we are waiting for the results. Can I say something like this? Is it the right way to express?
No.
So what we have created, we have to stop doing it. So ideally, how to present our information? Let's discuss. We have the data. Now you can start working with me. Select your data. I told you in day 2 and day 3 as well, how to convert your data into table. What is the shortcut?
Control T.
Very good. Control T. So just go and press Control T, T for Tango, T for table, and the dialog box appears. Click OK. Now you got your data converted to table. Now plot a graph. What is the shortcut? Alt F1. And do whatever the things you have learned in the quick chart section. First thing first, going to chart design, take the last tile, then followed by plus symbol, grid lines to be removed. Then right click on the column, format data series, give the colorful filling by vary colors by point from the fill tab. Then right click on the column, add data labels. And I told you, when you have the data labels in place, make sure that is readable by the audience, making it bold and increasing the font size. So whatever the things we have learned, people, we have applied everything. Now, once we have done, just focus on my screen. You don't need to do anything. Don't go for filling the revenue column. Just fill the month only. Suppose say I complete my business for the month of March. I'll just go and type the month name, MAR for the timing. March is added. If I go April, April is included. If I go for May, May is added. If I go for June, June is also coming up. So can you see now? I'm just filling my data and automatically my columns are getting adjusted. The universal spacing also is happening. Data labels are automatically getting populated and my colorful changes also happening simultaneously. So all these things are happening, right? And what is the beauty of doing the same? Any point of time, if you want to present your quarterly information, you don't need to show the entire data. Just go to the month, which quarter result, suppose say April, May, and June. I can select, and then over here, the moment I go for this with immediate effect, this will be showing only the quarterly results. So unwanted data I'm not showing, unwanted questions are not going to come up, and definitely within limited time, I'm able to successfully present my data. And this is again one more advantage of format as table. Here, the data is coming up automatically because of rand built-in formula, but technically in the real time, you have to populate your data. So don't expect Excel will understand my data. No, you have to give time to that. You have to do the data entry manually. But this is the beauty. So this is about our automatic chart. Hope this helps.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Fine, friends. So this is it from our chart side, and this is the end of our day 4. Any doubt, any queries? Hope the charts and graph section, it was informative, along with all the formulas and functions.
Yes.
So only thing is keep practicing, people, and definitely you can make your things better. As I told you, without practice, nothing is going to happen. So if you do not practice, so having that, okay, I have the recordings, I'll take out some idle time and I'll be doing it, that is not going to come. So if you want to make a difference at your workplace, you have to give time for enhancing your knowledge, and that you have to dedicatively give some time every day, at least 10 minutes, or weekend at least 1 hour. And within 30 days, trust me, you can see a significant growth in your working place. Yes, Vijaya, we have a supporting system called email support. You can definitely drop your queries to this email ID, training.pune@yahoo.com, along with your sample data, at least something, so that we can be in the equal page and you'll be getting all your responses for that. Don't worry, that is there. Up to 90 days, you'll be getting all your email support for your queries. And data is there with you. You have got the recordings, and as usual, as I committed today, by maximum 8 p.m., you'll be getting the day 4 recordings along with the consolidated recording of all these last 3 sessions recordings as well. Yes, people, any doubt, any queries, or anything, or you believe that Prabhas, you could have added all these things, you want to share a feedback, that will be also welcome. I would be glad to take it into incorporate something if I can.
No.
Complete 4 day session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
For me,
Yes.
it was very informative.
Great, I'm glad. So now, is it the end of our learning or anything else is there? And of course, the session is over, but in my career growth, can I end up something like this, or I need to improve my skills something else?
This is just the start, sir.
Yes. As I told you, this is the base. What we discussed is just L1. There is always a window to improve. There is always something to learn and to make the things better. So as I said you, if you want to enhance your skill, I have give you the list of websites where you can devote your time to get to know some new things better over there. And apart from that, if you want to go for the modules or something, yes, there is a option or window option called Excel, VBA, and macro. If you are always working with lot of large volume of data, multiple Excel files, Excel sheets, and you want to automate the task which is repetitive in nature, you have got Excel VBA macro. Or suppose say because I'm not working with the automation side, but I want to go more into the data analytics side. Yes, you can go for the learning called Power BI. Don't go for this Hadoop, big data, and SPS or Python and all those things. Unless and until you're a programmer, trust me, these programs are not going to help you. People will commit you, they will be giving you a bunch of pre-recorded videos, and they will be telling you, will be giving you support, this, that, and all, but no one will be there to clarify your queries. Your money is gone. Because first you pay the money, then only you'll be getting the links for the access for the recordings. So don't go for that. Invest your money in proper direction so that you can devote time, you can make the things better, you can learn the things, and you can implement also. It's not just for the knowledge sake you are going to learn, you can real time implement it. And nowadays, anywhere, any organization, wherever you go, if you are going for a job switch also, the minimum demand, Power BI knowledge is essential. Okay, so it's not like I'm marketing my product since I'm going for all these trainings. Wherever you go, you don't no need to go come to me and all. But this is the direction you should work. I would suggest. Because it's your hard-earned money. Trust me. When money goes out of pocket, it's painful. Unless and until you get a fruitful return from the investment, there is no point of investing that. You'll get disappointed, you will get frustrated. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you can take the expert opinion. You are good enough. You have the Google also. You can also check. You can find out a lot of comparisons you can do, and then go for the right direction and spend time for learning. Don't waste your time, waste your money also. Anyway, keep practicing. I'm always there to support. Don't worry, people. But practice is very, very essential. Okay. You will be getting your course completion certificate in a day or two max. And I request you, everyone, please drop me a message in the group what exactly the name to be printed so that there won't be any kind of spelling mistakes. And that will be the e-copy, and that will be adding the value to your LinkedIn profile as well. You can also add it there so that you'll be getting the more visibility of the employers that, okay, you have done this, you have done that. This is the accolades, you can add it there. And keep spreading the news. If any of your friends, colleagues, if they are looking for the training program, so you can spread the news. Or if in a company people are looking for, you can very well recommend us. We'll be very glad and appreciating their efforts. All right. So anything?
Hello, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
मेरे को डाउट है सर, मैं स्क्रीनशॉट करता हूँ.
Please, 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 no problem.